Welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the Auction Gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver-proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.
We're happy that you are joining us, and we look forward to showing you the highest quality artwork in the television market today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Fine Art Auction. But first, the rules. All bidders must be registered, and if you're going to bid, make sure you know all the rules. First of all, there is a 10% buyer's premium added to each winning bid. Bidders will be responsible for shipping. All works are guaranteed to be as described, or you don't own it, and you may return it to us for a full and prompt refund. If for any other reason you decide to return your purchase, you may do so for up to 7 days after receipt. But in this case, the buyer's premium and shipping are non-refundable. It is mandatory that you obtain a RMA number for all returns. To obtain this number, simply call customer service during normal business hours. All artwork must be received back to us in exactly the same condition as when it was shipped. Please visit the shopabc.com website for a full list of terms and conditions that apply to all of our auctions. And now, from our studios in Atlanta, it's time once again for your host, Richard English. It's the Fine Art Auction. Tonight, we've got works from the masters, the latest up-and-coming street art, and Richard's featured work. From Atlanta to Los Angeles to New York, it's the Fine Art Auction, live!
Well, hey, well, a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the show. Hope you're all doing very, very well, ladies and gentlemen, and we're all extremely well here in Atlanta. Beautiful weather right now, and Lisa Mee has brought the sunshine with her to Atlanta, ladies and gentlemen, as you can tell by this colourful artwork around us, and it's an honour. I can't believe it's been 4 years since she's been here live in the studio. What on earth has happened with the time? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to be bringing her to you this evening. So thank you very much for tuning in and watching the show. You're going to have a fantastic time, some wonderful pieces, the largest ever work to be auctioned anywhere in the world. This will be the first one. This evening, there is one other tomorrow night with Ray and Tony, and I'll be there to assist as usual, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the very first one, and it's a beautiful, beautiful figurative work by Lisa Mee. So, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have our extraordinary art expert. He speaks 7 languages. I've taught him 5 this afternoon. He comes from Sweden, and it is Mr. Leif Ridfors. Ladies and gentlemen, will be joining us in a few moments, and he will be telling us all about our first work of art. But first, a video. Don't forget, everything comes framed, everything comes certified, everything gets shipped to you, and we've got a wonderful team here. If you've never seen the show before, call the number now, 866-518-5933. Get yourself registered, because tonight is going to be very, very busy, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of phone calls, so don't delay on the phone calls. Get in nice and early on this, on these pieces, particularly when Lisa Mee is on later. So make sure you're registered. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off the show with a brand new artist. You've never heard of him before, Pablo Picasso.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods: his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. We are live from Atlanta, Georgia. My name is Leif. And Richard, thank you so much for that introduction. We are so excited that Lisa Mee is here with us tonight. You definitely do not want to miss it. It is a long show. We're going to have a lot of fun, and we're going to teach you a lot. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my role is not only to give you the information and the knowledge, but more importantly, I want to present it in such a way that it is digestible, that you're able to assimilate it, that you're able to then understand the high caliber of art that we're offering. And the fact of the matter is, this next artist absolutely needs no introduction. Only a couple times every 200 to 300 years, it has been said that an artist, a great, an icon, a genius will emerge and be born onto this planet and will change the history of art forever. And that's Picasso. In fact, he had 17 words to his name. He was born, stillborn, resuscitated by his uncle. His father, when he was 11, proved and saw that his son was actually better than him. When he was designing, as they moved to northwestern Spain, he was finishing the claws of a bird. And the father was just so enamored and so taken by the extreme genius and artistic capacity of his young son that he gave up painting on that day, it has been said. But ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about something monumental. We're talking about a Picasso linocut. He dabbled in so many different kinds of mediums, and that's what allowed him to have such a robust repertoire, not only of works of art, but also changing the face of art history throughout his entire career. And he was restless and relentless in his pursuit of excellence. And I do believe that the one thing that he did best when it came to excellence were the linocuts. I want you to imagine this. Here is a man who lived through Franco's, the Spanish Civil War's oppression, saw European cities being destroyed during the First and Second War. And during the Second World War, what was very notable were these European cities being bombed, being pummeled, being flattened, defaced completely, and erected from the edifice and from the rubble were new buildings. This, just to show you the genius of this man, really caught his eye because it metamorphosized into the idea of creation by destruction. Picasso loved to destroy things to then create something new. And the lino cut is exactly what he was able to do. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, in the 1950s, he was in southern France, in a town called Valauris, when he was taking up ceramics, and he saw a lino cut for the first time. He had no idea what it was. He only knew, based upon the conversation that he had, that it had to be broken down into various blocks at a time to only add one color at a time. Picasso did not follow rules. He reinvented them. So he did what's called the reduction lino cut process, where he only used one single piece of lino cut, linoleum, which we would find typically on kitchen floors, and he would gouge and scrape and cut into it and create some of the most magnificent works of art that we have ever seen. In fact, the world still turns their heads at museums when they see the lino cuts. At the British Museum, for example, which I want to show you a video, there is an amazing installation, and this is why this work of art is so important, ladies and gentlemen, is that in the British Museum, one of the most, I would say, robust museums when it comes to their premium collection, and they're absolutely amazing, they have an entire section dedicated to Picasso lino cuts. If we can go to my screen, please.
Very different works by Pablo Picasso. They highlight his extraordinary technical ability and his endless creativity. They're lino cuts, prints made by cutting into a piece of linoleum, something we usually associate with kitchen floors. The works are Still Life Under the Lamp and Jacqueline Reading, both completed in 1962 when Picasso was 80 years old. Lino printing usually involves cutting separate blocks to print different colours, combining them to arrive at the finished picture. But Picasso did things differently. He printed every colour using the same block, repeatedly gouging lines into one block to create each coloured layer, which meant there was no room for error.
What we have here are the surviving proofs along the way, and they were only done in one or two examples.
There we have it. That was a short video. I didn't want to show you too long, but that's the British Museum. You heard the curator from the British Museum there towards the end. And ladies and gentlemen, I can't tell you how important it is that the British Museum has an entire section of these, and it's amazing to me that we still have an opportunity to be able to bid on this. Imagine that. How historical, how important this is in the timeline of history. And the fact of the matter is, this was also done in probably one of the most elegant, the most beautiful, and the most renowned galleries in France, called the Galerie Louis Léris. Let's go ahead to my screen. I want to show you an image of that. An absolutely stunning gallery in the heart of Paris. And they undertook this monumental task of releasing some of the lino cuts. So this is officially released by this gallery. This is so important. This is the golden stamp of approval, ladies and gentlemen. Besides that, lino cuts are also housed in many other museums, and I wanted to make sure I showed a museum, since we are broadcasting in the US, obviously, for our American friends, because there is a wonderful example in the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, and Museum of Modern Art. Let's go to my screen. There is the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, and they feature, indeed, a Picasso lino cut. But let's talk about this one specifically, because this is an absolute gem. The fact of the matter is, this was published in 1962 by that famous gallery that I spoke to you about. Now, Picasso, when it came to the Bacchanal, this is entitled Bacchanal. Bacchanal pays homage to mythology, to Greek mythology. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, it was published in 1962 by Galerie Louise Léris, and it was the first edition. So you're looking at a first edition that is able to capture that explosive rhythm, that ecstatic movement, and that mythological energy. You see, the composition, look at how alive this is. It is alive with intertwined figures. You have limbs, you have wine vessels, dancing bodies, all rendered in this bold, rhythmic shape, sun-washed tones. And Picasso channels the chaotic joy of the ancient world through modern abstraction, turning mythology into a carnival of colors, my friend. Richard, over to you.
Thank you, Leif, and ladies and gentlemen, great pleasure to have Leif here to not only educate you, entertain you, but enrich you with wonderful art information. Ladies and gentlemen, and we've known each other for over 30 years, since he was about 7. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get underway with the first lot of the night. It is the wonderful Pablo Picasso and the lino cut, as you've just seen. These are the type of works that they have in the British Museum. This is from the Bacchanal suite, the lino cut in colour on woven paper after the original. Now, Picasso was born in Malaga in Andalusia in southern Spain in 1881. He died in 1973, having spent the majority of his life living between France and Spain. This is the rare first edition. It's published by the famous gallery Louise Larice in Paris in 1962. And ladies and gentlemen, a 1962 original lino cut. I see bids are coming in, John. That's nice to see. Nice and early, bright and early in the auction. 225 is the current bid, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you all for calling in. And here we go, the 1962 piece. Now, I'm going to take you back to Leif. Leif, you've just taken us on a wonderful tour of Paris and the Gallery Louise Larice. But we have to understand, obviously, that the Gallery Louise Larice was actually originally the Gallery Simon, which was founded by Picasso's agent, Daniel Henri Kahnweiler. And it was the most important gallery in Paris, ladies and gentlemen. And it was only because of World War II and the Nazi occupation of Paris that they had to hand over the running of the business over to Louise Larice, and it still maintained them in the background, obviously, but during the war, the Jewish businessmen could not operate businesses during World War II in Paris due to the Vichy government, the Nazi occupation. So it's over to Leif. Leif, I've auctioned these before. I've sold them in the region, typically $8,000–9,000. Some of them go over 10 for this level of work, and it is very collectible. Anything to do with the Larice Gallery. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Well, you know what's fascinating to me is that Picasso was already in his mid-70s, up until he was 80 years old, when he decided to put down that paintbrush for the time being and create these lino cuts. He had a voracious appetite for this. I mean, after all, he was in Valauris, a beautiful sun-drenched Provence in southern France. So he was in a very, very, let's say, creative environment that he felt at home. And people would follow him. He had a massive entourage. The fascinating thing about his lino cuts is that he invented probably everything he touched, the reductive linoleum process. The reductive linoleum process, such as the one I showed you in the British Museum, is one of the most complex ways of being able to amalgamate color and create an actual impression from the linoleum sheet. But Picasso was never, ever, ever stopped by difficulty. In fact, he was highly encouraged. I mean, remember, again, this is the man who lived through a lot of tragedy, a lot of wars. And in 1902, for example, one of his best friends committed suicide. He was living in Paris at the time, in Montmartre. Later on, of course, the Rose period, his life revolved around women, 1903, 1904. Obviously, we also have the resurgence of what started with Cézanne through the decomposition of nature, with this culmination of the release of Les Demoiselles d'Avignon in 1907, where Picasso created 700 sketches in preparation for that work of art. He was so assiduous in the undertaking of being able to push that envelope of creativity. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, when you have a Picasso lino cut hanging on your wall, it's not only a testament to artistic genius and the founder of Cubism together with Georges Braque, but it's also testament to an artist who comes around once every couple of hundreds of years. Everything that has to do with ingenuity, with innovation, is of paramount importance when it comes to Picasso, and that's what you're going to have constantly be reminded of when it's on the wall in your home. Speaking of prices, they also have become quite astronomical. Let's go to my screen. I want to give you an example, ladies and gentlemen, of just a couple of auction records of lino cuts, what they have fetched at different auction houses. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time to sell it. Now, we've got one leader in the at 250. Who is the bidder, John? Delaware. How lovely to see you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as it's the first lot of the night, I'm going to give you a little bit of grace and favor because at all auctions around the world, people do tend to sit on their hands, as they say in the auction world, which means they're not raising their paddles. Which is what you have to do at a normal auction. So what I'll do, I will give you a final 60 seconds. Get on the phone now. I'm about to drop the hammer. So ladies and gentlemen, last chance, last call. Ready, team? 60 seconds then, the hammer comes down. Here's Leif, final call on the magnificent lino cut.
You know, Richard, this is a final call indeed because, ladies and gentlemen, Picasso passed away in 1973. What does that mean? That means that every time that you look at these works of art, it becomes harder and harder to find. There is no more supply. The supply is totally dried up. It passes with the passing of the artist. Now, there are museums being built around the world that would clamor to have a Picasso lino cut in their collection, and it's just amazing to me that you, watching right now at home, my friends, have that opportunity. So embrace that opportunity. Be part of history. Whenever have you had an opportunity to be part of history in such a magnanimous way? And that's what Picasso's all about. Let's go to my screen. Take a look at a few of the price points. I want to show you for some of the record prices of lino cuts. I'm looking at the left side, just so that we can use that as reference. We have 320,000, 342, 365,000, 420,000. That was a Sotheby's auction on the 29th of October 2009. That was a lovely piece. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. I just want to show you the record pricing so you understand the demand and the appetite that the art market has. 900,000 for a lino cut. That's the record so far. 900,000 for a lino cut. Richard?
275. I got Jenny's bidder in the lead at 2 3/4. 275. Got to sell, ladies and gentlemen. This is quite remarkable, Leif, for a lino cut, 1962. The importance of Louise Larice Gallery with Picasso. Even I learnt lino cut at school in the 1970s because of Picasso. It's that famous, ladies and gentlemen, that even they taught me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sell. Take another 25 off anyone. It's Jenny's bidder in the lead then at 275. John, we're going to move on at 275. No further bidding. You're sure? At 275 I'm bid. 275. 275. Yeah. 300. Thank you very much. 300. Back with Delaware at 300 bid. At 300 at 3 at 3 at 3 at 3 at 3. At 300. At 300 and no money at all for this. 300. The framing costs easily in the region of $700 for a work like this. I'll take another 25 if you're quick now. Last chance, last call, America. We got to sell then. It's going to go. Ladies and gentlemen, anyone else, yes or no? Last call, last chance. Enough time. We've been on this 18 of our finest minutes. Going once. Just in time, you got there just in time. 3 1/4. Thank you very much. At 325. At 3 1/4. 3 1/4. Come on, give me 50 now. At 3 1/4. At 3 1/4. Isn't it amazing, Leif? Do you remember when we used to auction these and we'd be maybe starting the bid at 3,500? 3,500. We'd start the bidding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an original, not Fred Picasso, not George Picasso, but Pablo Picasso. It's on sale and it's going to sell to the highest bidder now. Going once, going twice, out of the final time. The gavel's high. Welcome to the show. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you beat us up on that one, I must say. Well, John, I think you ought to take that one back. Take it back. I don't think we ought to risk that one. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe what they're bringing up for the second lot of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at it. This is lot 201. This is super, super collectible. This should have been at the end of the night, John. But we have Lisa Mee here this evening, so we're going to give you a chance to own something very, very collectible indeed by the great pop artist Robert Indiana. The original hand-tufted Indian wool tapestry, classic love. Everyone knows this symbol that he created, the love symbol. It was a lifetime piece created by Indiana in 2007 from a limited edition. It is lot 201. Ladies and gentlemen, please tell me you're ready for this, because this is super collectible. Here is Leif. Good luck.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Now, this is an example, my friends, a prime example of what rising to become an icon means. This is iconic to the point of view where not only has it been established as a permanent sculpture around the world, but this symbol that Robert Indiana did was even embraced by the 60s, 70s counterculture. It had such a pivotal role in the making not only of that culture per se, but also the inspiration that it offered so many people. Because let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most positive symbols on the planet. I mean, what could be better than love, right? And the fact of the matter is, this was done originally for the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1965 as a greeting card, but it was so successful that it shaped this man's career. And this has been by far one of the most produced images and reproduced images of the 20th century. What I find is remarkable is you have something very, very exclusive here, because it's love on tapestry. And ladies and gentlemen, to give you a better idea of what this is all about, allow me please to show you. I was able to source a fascinating video from the Whitney Museum, the world famous Whitney Museum in New York. Let's go to my screen. Have a look at this, folks.
Indiana used words from the very beginning of his career. He began to identify 4 words as sort of the quadrants of the human condition: eat, die, love, and care. These essential aspects of life that have to do with survival, with love, with affection, with forgiveness, with sin, with death. The use of love, he started in 1962, but the real inspiration for this image that we see behind me was a commission that he received from Larry Aldrich, who was renovating a Christian Science church and turning it into a museum. And Indiana accepted the commission and transformed the legend, which appears in all Christian Science churches, which is God is love. He transformed it into love is God, in a sense making love sacred. God became an attribute of love. And from there, then he devised this stacked letter, L-O-V-E, which has become world famous. He had a show in 1966 where he presented 8 love paintings. It had appeared right at the time of the counterculture revolution and was taken up as a talisman of the youth culture, free sex, free love, and appeared on trinkets all over the world. In the original version of Indiana's piece, though, it embodies less the cheerful, optimistic idea that we have of love. The O in the composition destabilizes the 4 stacked letters in a way to suggest the fragility of love, the precariousness of this emotion that we all yearn for.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go back to the artwork. So, ladies and gentlemen, I love that description from the Whitney Museum, because it really hits the nail on the head when it came to and comes to the cultural relevance of the counterculture revolution. And the fact is that this is hand-tufted wool. This is where it's been produced on. That's very significant, because this is not, I repeat, not a mass-produced wall hanging. It's a meticulously crafted work of art created through a labor-intensive process. Each fiber that you see, my friends, is punched by hand into the canvas, which means the final texture has depth, it has presence, it has warmth. And the bold letters are not just seen. This is the best part about it, Richard. That's why I love it. You can feel it. Not that I would tell anybody to touch this, but it is good enough to feel. So the shift from flat print to fiber gives this work of art a dimensional, almost an architectural surface. It is such a standout work of art. I mean, I could speak hours about the importance of this work, but the fact is, the bold letters here, given the texture, are felt and not just seen. So it invokes a multi-sensorial experience for you, my friends. Now, the color palette. This is perfect because it is true to the 1960s roots of Robert Indiana. They're bold, they're primary, they're perfectly balanced. Besides that, the red, the blue, and green offer a high contrast harmony. That was the whole point on why Indiana did this, which means the tapestry brings instant vibrancy to minimalist, modern, and even rustic interiors. I mean, just imagine this, visualize this hanging in your home. What an attention grabber this is, Richard.
Certainly is. It's something completely different for you, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why I said I hope you're ready for it, because this is super collectible. Robert Indiana, we have an opening bid from New Jersey. Thank you at $500. Thank you for the bid. Classic Love, original hand-tufted Indian wool tapestry. Numbered, labelled on reverse, and executed from the limited edition example created in 2007. I'm going to have to bring the 4-foot ruler for this one, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very special piece. Who's in the lead now, John? Washington State. Washington State. How lovely to see you. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. This one, I've got to put it in there at 39 on the width. 39 and... it's just hit 38. 39 by 38, we got it right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll try and show you from the side. Could we zoom in to the edge of the tapestry? Remember that it is a tapestry, Indian crafted wool. And ladies and gentlemen, people are wanting these all over the world. Wonderful piece from 2007. Classic. I mean, everyone knows this symbol of love. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what the world needs now. Let's see who gets this. New Jersey, you're the underbidder. I've got Washington State in the lead. Here's Leif. Leif, let's go and take a little trip to New York in the early days, the 60s, etc. And let's see what this chap, Robert Indiana, was all about.
Let's go to my screen, please. I want to just show you the rage that it comes to the love sculpture. Having lived in New York for 5 years, I was not too far from this one. I want to show you here of this image of the love sculpture. And ladies and gentlemen, these are synonymous with the rise and conquer of pop art. He was one of the preeminent American pop artists, together obviously with Basquiat and Andy Warhol. But here are love sculptures all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. You can see one in Yorkshire even, in the UK. And this has become an international symbol around the world. This is one of the most important works that you will ever have an opportunity to bid on. Let's go over to back to the artwork, please. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the key. All right, you will find in the Museum of Modern Art, in the Whitney Museum, in the Tate Modern, even in the Smithsonian American Art Museum, there are permanent collections of love. The public sculptures are in New York, they're in Philadelphia, they're in Tokyo, they're in Jerusalem, and many other countries around the world as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, works by Robert Indiana have fetched up to 4.1 million. That's right, 4.1 million at auction. And even that small format love sculptures regularly sell for a 6-figure range. Let's go to my screen, because I was able to find tapestries of the same one. This is pretty much apples to apples, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you. These are the tapestries. Same ones that we have, same one we have here, 12,000, 12,000. Look at the prices. 13, 13. 14, very similar to the one we have, 14,000. 15, 15, 16. Look at this one. This is pretty much is almost, well, the colors, the green is not that one, but it's very similar to the one we're showing you now. 17,525. Carpet, tapestry. Some more tapestry, 21,000. 32,000, ladies and gentlemen. That's the record right now. We are at a very, very, Richard, if I dare say so, measly bid at the moment for something like this.
Well, we appreciate the bid. It is a bit low, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most important artists of the 20th century. His tapestries are world famous, like the Miro tapestry at the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, these are famous, famous pieces. $950. I have Washington State back in the lead. $950 is up up to you now, New Jersey at $9.50. America, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. You've got 60 seconds now. It's the second lot of the night. I know you're just warming up, but you're not warming up quite quickly enough. So here you go. I'll give you 1 more minute. Get bidding on this one. Come on, let's have an auction. Let's have some fun. Over to Leif. Last chance now. 60 seconds. Here we go.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please understand that this work of art, it's not only visually iconic, but it's rare. These are hand-tufted love tapestries produced in very limited quantities and very seldom seen on the secondary market. This makes this not just a decorative statement, but this would be and is a very astute acquisition. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, knowing that that tapestry is hanging in the Whitney, in the Museum of Modern Art, in the Tate Modern, in the Smithsonian, just goes to show you how important this is for the sake of posterity and cultural international institutions. And the fact is, Robert Indiana, this is his symbol. This is the Campbell soup can or the Marylands that were for Warhol. This is what love is for Indiana. This became one of the most recognizable works of the 20th century. Now, he's deeply influenced by literature, by politics, typography, and his work was both visual and it was verbal. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, Indiana's works are so sought after because he was unique in that way. And what we're dealing with is an original hand-tufted wool tapestry from 2007, which means a rare textile from his most iconic motif. Everybody should be picking up the phone right now because this is crafted. First of all, not only was it crafted using fine wool and traditional techniques, which means rich texture, artisanal value, and that visual impact. It features that classic love design in bold red, green, and blue, which means instantly recognizable. It is universally appealing, and it is joyfully modern, my friends. So you really have a gem on your hands. This is a rare collectible edition that is not, and I repeat, this is not widely available on the market, which means scarcity enhances long-term value and collector prestige. Most importantly, this was created by a central figure of the pop art movement with global recognition, which means your collection gains blue chip significance. So this is not just an artwork, ladies and gentlemen. This is a cultural cornerstone, Richard. That's why this is so important. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Latham. Very, very well said. 1,500 is bid, ladies and gentlemen, and it is California now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Darren. 1,500 doing a great job as always. 1,500 is bid. At 15, I'm bid with California now. A little power bid. Let's see if New Jersey will come back in. 1,500. Washington State is out. 1,500 I've got. 1,500 with California. Well, this would look great, I think. I mean, I thought a New York buyer would come in for this for sure. But never mind. California, it will look great in your home there at 1,500, and I'm selling. Is there another one to move on? At 1,500. 1,500 with California, then you're in the lead. I'm selling. At 1,500, I'll give you 15 seconds just to allow for the time delay, ladies and gentlemen. 15 seconds only. It is with California then, the lifetime Robert Indiana. One last time, Leif. I mean, could we just go back to those results for it? I believe they're around $12,500, $13,000 is a typical price. Now, this is not the sort of thing that you can just run to the shop and print some off and say we'll put them in the frame. These are made by hand crafted tapestries. How often do we bring up a tapestry for you? How often do we bring up one of the major pop artists and a handcrafted tapestry? Never happens. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a $1,500 piece. It should be selling even here, somewhere in the region of 6,000 to 7,000 would be very fair. Let's go to those auction results again one last time. Thank you, Leif. Let's pull those up on the screen, please, from the computer. There you have it, Sotheby's. Hammer price is $15,000. It's identical. just leave it where it was, thank you. 15,371. That was back in 2016 at Sotheby's. The hammer price is 15,000. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not what you pay. The buyer's premium there is over 20%. It would take it up to about 18.5 to 19,000 for this particular article. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell it. Thank you, Leif. Your final thoughts before I drop the hammer?
The final thought I have is that this is the love that you can feel given its texture, and whether you're adding a bold pop of color to a modern home, or, ladies and gentlemen, you're anchoring a blue chip collection with a work of timeless significance, this piece delivers, and it will deliver over and over again. Because in a world that moves fast, Indiana's message remains clear. Art matters. Words matter. Love matters. And now it can be yours, my friends. Imagine that, to have a piece of history, of American history, of pop art history, hanging on the wall in your home is one of the greatest things that could grace your walls. Richard?
17, and it is New Jersey. They came back in. Thank you so much, New Jersey. 17 is bid. 17. California, you're out now at 17. I'll take another one off anyone at 17. At 1,700. 1,700. Who's got one more? Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call on the Tapestry by Robert, Indiana. We're about, I would say, 15,000 underbid on this. We're about 15,000 underbid. Ladies and gentlemen, try getting this at Sotheby's or Christie's under 14 or 15,000. Not going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it. Same article, going under the hammer now. 1,700, then going once. 1,700 California, you're sure? You've been a good bidder. You'll never find one at this level again. 1,700 going twice, gavels high. Sold and gone. Well done. Thank you very much. Congratulate your bidder for me. Well done to you. Ladies and gentlemen, what a lovely, unusual lot. I was shocked to find that, the second lot of the night, but there we go. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, coming up now, something you're very, very familiar with, and we're very lucky to have this work because it is from the Biblia Sacra. And this is the wonderful Salvador Dali mixed media color lithograph with serigraphy, varnish and metallic pigments on handmade paper. First date, first printing. I'll leave it up to you, ladies and gentlemen. Start me where you like. We'll finish where you like as well. Everything's selling to the highest bidder, as you know. Congratulations to our last bidder. Here's Leif on the Dali.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to imagine, just for 1 second, try to visualize what I'm going to speak to you about. Imagine a man sitting on a chair late at night, and in his hand he has a spoon, and on the floor he has a basin. Now, trying to force himself to fall asleep so that the spoon would hit the basin, making a sound that will startle him and would wake him up. Now, imagine that person picking up a crayon or a pencil and drawing vehemently for a couple of seconds, and then repeating that process over again and again and again. This was Dali. In fact, the vast majority of Salvador Dali's works of art was done in this MO. It is called the hypnagogic state of mind. Now, the rise of surrealism, he was absolutely one of the progenitors, one of the fathers of surrealism, besides Miro, besides René Magritte, even though surrealism started as a literary movement by a gentleman of the name of André Breton. André Breton published the first Surrealist Manifesto. And of course, Dali, being such an extroverted individual, larger-than-life character, really was leading the vanguard of Surrealists together with Jean Miro. Now, what I love about this is that Dali obviously had a fascination with Freudian ideology and the aspects of the id, the ego, and the superego. But the hypnagogic state of mind, which is the most, should we say, not only ingenious, but also the most creative state of mind that human beings possessed, was forced it upon himself so that he remained true to his surrealist roots. And that's why if you look at some of his most famous works, in fact, his magnum opus is The Persistence of Memory, that he painted in 1931, which hangs permanently in the Museum of Modern Art in New York. Let's go to my screen for 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know him by his famous mustache, right? And here's a fun story. Salvador Dali actually went through great lengths in the morning to take pomade. He called it pomade. We call it wax in the U.S. And he would twirl his mustache up towards the heavens, as he would say. Why did he do that? Well, he believed that his mustache, if shaped in the form of an antenna, he believed it was like an antenna for cosmic energy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just leave it at that. But that just gives you an inkling, a little perspective of what this man's life was all about. Look at Dali here. He's got the double mustache, always trying to show a side of him that was larger than life. The Dali Museum in Figueras, there's actually 2 museums right now around the world that are solely dedicated for him. Now, you know he's a big time artist, especially not only does he have works of art in some of the most famous museums in the world, but to have entire museums built for him. Not one, but 2. One in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is stunning, and this one is in Figueras in Catalonia. This is the famous Persistence of Memory, which is permanently housed in the MoMA. And this work of art, ladies and gentlemen, the entirety was done under the hypnagogic state of mind. The state of mind between sleep and awareness. Which leads me to one thing. This is his record. Most expensive Dali painting sold. To give you an idea of the price commands he has in the market, including buyer's premium, $21 million, ladies and gentlemen. $21,673,000. That was a Portrait de Paul Elor. That was done in 1929. But he's still, today, let's go back to the work of art, is still changing the way we view beauty, the way we view society, even the way we view ourselves. His name has seeped so deeply within every single aspect of society that Dali is of paramount importance to the evolution of art in the late 20th century, early 21st century. In fact, the Holy Bible series, or La Biblia Sacra series, that you see here, this was commissioned by a very famous art dealer called Giuseppe Albaretto. Giuseppe Albaretto was a very close friend with Dali, but he worried about Dali. Why? Because he felt Dali was not close enough to God. He wanted Dali to undertake a project that would help him see the light, as Albaretto said. And in doing that, 104 works of art, which are part of the Sacra Biblia series, were beautifully completed by Dali, also using, for the first time ever, his bulletism method. What is that? Richard, I don't know if you know about the bulletism, but I've seen it on TV when he was at the Tonight Show, where he would spit almost like a bullet and shoot it at the work of art. Did you ever see those?
I've fired many bullets in my life. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I know about bulletism, ladies and gentlemen, and also that this is an incredible piece. This has the gold in the work as well. You can see the gold leaf down here, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful piece by Salvador Dali. Thank you, Leif. I just wanted everyone to focus on the artwork just for a second, because this really is a collector's item from 1964. Now, I'm going to test the audience here because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't see any bids on this one. Let's go back with the graphics then, and let's go to your certificate of authenticity. After a wonderful start, everyone calling in and bidding. I don't know what's happened. There we go. Salvador Dali, born in 1904 in Figueras in northeastern Spain. This is, he died in 1989. The title is in Latin. I'm going to teach Leif how to say it now because he only speaks 7 languages, ladies and gentlemen. This one is Idolum Nomine Bell from the Sweet Biblia Sacra, catalogue reference by Albert Field. Now that is the most important word on the document there, ladies and gentlemen. Albert Field was the world's leading authority on the graphic works of Dali. He wrote the book, and he would meet with Dali at the St. Regis Hotel in New York every year to catalogue these incredible works. Now, I've actually had the pleasure of conducting an event, Leif, I don't know if you know, at the Salvador Dali Museum in St. Petersburg. And we unveiled the artwork of some very famous artists, one from Germany, one from France, and one from Italy, ladies and gentlemen. The first time it had ever been done. but this exact work was hanging in the museum. It is a mixed media color lithograph with serigraphy, with varnish, and with metallic pigments on handmade paper. It is a first state. It was published in 1964 by Rizzoli Editions in Milan, Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very scarce work. It's over to Leif. Let's get bidding. Let's have an auction. Here he is. What a fantastic piece, Leif. Over to you.
It is absolutely extraordinary, Richard. Especially, to me, this is not a graphic, this is not a print. This is spiritual alchemy of techniques, of textures, of theology. And the fact that it was published in 1964 by Rizzoli Editions in Milano, this is one of the heights of his artistic genius in those years, the 60s, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's start with the subject. It's entitled Idolum Nomini Bel, which refers to the Babylonian deity Bel or Baal. This is a symbol of pagan idolatry, and in fact in Dali's hands, Bel, take a look, becomes a fragmented, almost like a haunting apparition, both imposing and dissolving before your very eyes. You can almost feel the divine wrath and the mystical awe radiating from the figure that's rendered in cascading washes of gold, of crimson, and shadowy blues. It is a formidable work of art that I also feel, like Richard was showing you, is enhanced by those metallic pigments that glint as light moves across the surface, which means the artwork changes depending on where it's placed and how it's lit. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Depending on where you light it and where you place it, it will metamorphosize. It will shift with you. And that invites you to experience it anew every single time. Now, the fact is that Dali didn't just create a depiction of Bel. He created a living presence, shimmering like a burning bush in the desert. This work also combines highly complex media, from lithography to serigraphy, with additional varnish layers that add this tactile dimension and highlight specific symbolic motifs, which means you are collecting a highly complex, a highly labor-intensive piece that is far beyond, Richard, a traditional print, by the way.
Well, this is far beyond a traditional bid. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to sell it, so if you're not on the phone, you're about to lose it. Here we go then, John, and I see the bids there. Thank you, 100 bid. At 100 bid, and we're about to sell. At one gonna bid, a one, I'm bid, at one gonna bid, a one bid, one bid, one bid, one bid, one bid, 110, 110 on bid, 110, 150 with Karen, thank you. At 150 with Karen, at 150 bid, at 150, got a bid of 150. How much? 160, I'll take it, Michael. Thank you very much. 160 bid. 170 with Darren. 170 bid. At 170. At 170. 180 with Karen. At 180 with Karen. 200 with Michael. Thank you. 200 with Michael. 200 with Michael. Thank you very much. At 200. 200. Take 25. At 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Line 4 with Charlie. At 2 1/4. At 2 1/4 bid. At 2 1/4 bid. 250 with Darren. 250 bid. 250. 250. 250. 250 bid. At 250. Come on, I'll take 75. At 250. 75. It's back with you. At 275. 275. Give me 3. 300. 300 with Jenny. At 3, get a bit of 3, at 3, at 3, at 3, at 3. At 300, we're selling to the highest bidder. Leif, your final thoughts. They've got 30 seconds. Get on the phone now. We're about to drop the hammer. Here's Leif, 30 seconds and it's gone.
I would highly recommend, if you haven't already, pick up that phone, because you are dealing with a first state, a first printing from the Holy Bible Suite, the Biblia Sacra series, which means this is a historically significant edition that is directly tied to Dali's religious opus. It's also one of these mixed media masterpieces that uses a wonderful melange of lithography, serigraphy, metallic pigments, and varnish, which means you're collecting a deeply layered, tactile, and luminous work. It is also a subject matter that is highly sacred, which has been interpreted through Dali's surrealist lens, which means your collection gains both spiritual gravitas and an avant-garde prestige. Take a look at what Richard is showing you right over there, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Fine Art Intrinsic Fund, written by a very dear friend, Richard Hart, Esquire, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful genius in the art world. I always like to show you this whenever the Biblia Sacra, even though we've only got a bit of 300, I'm still going to show you. 6 years, 5 volumes, 1 masterpiece. Using the Latin Vulgate Bible as his source of inspiration, Dali set out on a journey of biblical discovery. We're about to sell it, so get on the phone now. From 1963 to 69. His quest, commissioned by good friend Dr. Giuseppe Alboreto, was to illustrate God's holy word and in the process discover spirituality for himself. Now, all the images of the Biblia Sacra in here, there were 105 paintings done for the Biblia Sacra. It's all in Latin up here, but basically it says, even the Chaldeans themselves, who when they hear of one dumb that cannot speak, they present him to Bel, entreating him that he may speak, as though they could be sensible that have no motion themselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Daniel, now the Babylonians had an idol called Bel. The king also worshipped him and went every day to adore him. What I really love about this book, and if you acquire the piece here from 1964 tonight, remember it's got all the gold metallic elements in it. It's got varnish, serigraphy, lithography. It is a mixed media, but I love the artistic interpretation of this. And Leif, this is a wonderful book for you as well. It said, based off the verse, the 2 demonic subjects may symbolize the king of Babylon and the idol Bel. The idol would most likely be the monumental tall figure. The monumental tall figure with a serpent body and human face. The winged king kneels before, nearby to the left, sticking out an evil tongue. There you can see it on the left there, ladies and gentlemen. Identical to the extended tongue of Bel. It seems as if the mermaid-like Bel is a statue and the king has come to worship this false idol. The artist's choice to incorporate angry facial expressions and protruding tongues could suggest mockery of the adoration of false gods. This would be a logical assumption because of Dali's belief in only one savior. Tan, vertical swirls, and the grass in the foreground help to balance this visually split piece. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is a wonderful work from 1964 by the greatest surrealist the world has ever known. I'll give you 30 seconds with Leif, then I'm dropping the hammer. Good luck. Here we go. Last call, last chance.
You know what I love, Richard, is that Dali's market is booming. Of course, we have works like Portrait de Paul Rare selling for over 22 million. And the fact is that mixed media works from the Biblia Sacra series, these are rare. They're highly valued due to their experimental nature and their sacred subject matter. It's the only series like this that Salvador Dali did. Imagine that. One of the greatest surrealists of all time, creating a religious symbol. And by the way, I have a fun story for you. Giuseppe Alboreto wanted Dali to take the commission of the Holy Bible series so seriously that he even built a tiny little chapel next to his studio so that Dali could gain some spiritual inspiration. And the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, this is part of his late career spiritual period, Richard, which means you're acquiring a work of maturity, meaning, and visual complexity.
Well, that is fantastic. Thank you, Leif. Wonderful descriptions as always. He does a lot of work, a lot of research, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, Leif, for all your hard work. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell this. John, it's on sale with you. I'll take another 25. Give me your best and final bid now on the Dali. Give me your best and final bid. Is there anyone else? Yes or no? Last chance. Last call. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to go. Take another 25. Take another 25. Last chance, last call. This is low. This is being given away at this level. I used to sell these typically between 7,500 and 8,500 at auction. I know we expect a bit of discount here, but ladies and gentlemen, I think this is rather low by those standards. 400 is bid. I'll take another 25. Last chance on the 1964 Dali. Going once then, going twice at the final time. Please congratulate your bidder. Well done. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we got the big event coming up this evening. When's it due to start, John, exactly?
10 o'clock.
10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be kicking off with our live event and the visit of our wonderful artist, Lisa Mee, for the first time in 4 years. I can't believe it's taken that long to get her back here. But ladies and gentlemen, wonderful to have Lisa Mee here. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great, great artist she is. What an honor. And the first and largest canvas to ever go to auction will happen tonight, right at the end of the show. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very special moment. Let's move on with the show. Something completely different for you, ladies and gentlemen, and it is the work of the great Takashi Murakami. I love saying his name there, Leif. I don't know if you know, but I do speak fluent Japanese in my dreams. Lot 203, Takashi Murakami. Japanese artist born in 1962. And ladies and gentlemen, wait till you see the auction results of this man. They are crazy. This is hand-signed 2013 work from a limited edition, hand-signed and numbered by the artist. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look at what Leif has prepared for you here. Unbelievable.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you need to pay attention to this. And I want to ask you a question. What do you get when you mix Andy Warhol with a Buddhist monk, then you toss in a Pokemon, and you set it under high gloss spotlight? You get Takashi Murakami. This is the man. This is Japan's Andy Warhol, reinvented. He is responsible for bringing to the world the whole aspect of Japanese anime and all of that culture that has become such a prominent aspect of global culture. This is a global artist. He's also the father of what's called super flat. It's the artist who turned by himself Japanese pop culture into high art. One of the most influential and recognizable contemporary artists on the planet. His work not only straddles the line between cute and cosmic, but commercial and cerebral, with even exhibitions in, believe it or not, my friends, in Versailles. Heard about Versailles? The absolutely stunning Rococo palace, home of Le Roi Soleil of Louis XIV. In fact, I was able to dig a video, Richard, of Murakami's exhibition in Versailles. Let's go ahead and look at my screen, please.
Versailles est un lieu joyeux et que ça doit rester un lieu joyeux. I think the very good experience. So because this show is how good marriage for in the history. That is my concept.
And there we have it. Let's bring it back to the artwork. So, ladies and gentlemen, imagine in one of the most opulent, in one of the most decadent royal palaces on this planet, they opened up their doors to one person. And that was Takashi Murakami. He was not even French, Japanese artist, because they had a vision and he was able to deliver. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is, this man also, besides the stunning exhibition at Versailles, he's collaborated with Louis Vuitton and reached global acclaim. His And Then series, this is called the And Then series, from which this piece hails, is iconic. Symbolizes actually the merging of East and West, tradition and kawaii chaos. And now you have a chance to bring home a rare, hand-signed lithograph from the master, the supreme master of neo-pop psychedelia. That's who he is, the master of neo-pop psychedelia, ladies and gentlemen. Born in Tokyo, created that super flat movement, and he's known for major collaboration with Kanye West, with Billie Eilish, with Louis Vuitton, with Pharrell, and he is the rock star of the art world with fluorescent ink in his veins. In fact, besides having that amazing exhibition in Versailles, he's featured permanently in the Museum of Contemporary Art in LA, in the Guggenheim, and the Gagosian galleries worldwide. He's the rare artist collected by both streetwear fans and blue chip dealers. Ladies and gentlemen, his alter ego is called Mr. Dob, which is a grinning, mutated mouse of sorts, and has become an international icon, embodying both playful satire and post-war Japanese trauma. Cute, creepy, and collectible. But he really makes a splash. In fact, talking about that Versailles exhibition, which I love to watch, there was a press event at the Versailles, and a reporter asked Murakami if he felt intimidated exhibiting in the same halls that housed Louis XIV's royal art collection. He smiled and said, "No, I brought my own kingdom," he said. And that audacious self-awareness is exactly what powers Murakami's work. It's not just art. Ladies and gentlemen, this has single-handedly become an empire. Now, I want to show you apples to apples price comparisons. Let's go to my screen for 1 second. These are exactly what we are offering you, apples to apples. They're offset lithographs in color. Offset lithograph in color. You see where my mouse pointer is? Hammer price, $13,532, sold at Sotheby's, 2012. Here's another one. Same thing. And then, this is the apples to apples comparison. Let me show you some more. 16,000. 14,000, 16. Here we have another offset lithograph, apples to apples, 21, 20, 26,000. Ladies and gentlemen, he has become, let's go back to the work of art, an internationally renowned superstar. Now, regarding this work of art, the first thing you're going to notice is the eye-popping cherry background, the fact that he's painted that beautiful red around the mouse there. It creates this intensity. It creates almost like this electricity. And Mr. Dob appears in a kind of psychedelic multiplication. There's almost like this varying states of transformation that's going on with him. And the title refers not only to the image's visual repetitions, but the constant, almost existential question that Mr. Dob asks, and that is, and then, it's a reflection of infinite desire, of consumer loops, and the mind's inability to settle. The work, by the way, also features highly saturated colors, razor sharp printing precision, which means you're not just looking at an image, you're experiencing the absolute zenith of pop art. Richard.
Thank you very much, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let's go to the Certificate of Authenticity. Bidding's underway on the Japanese master Takashi Murakami. Ladies and gentlemen, and he was born in 1962. A young man. I say that because I was born in 64. Ladies and gentlemen. And then times 6 in red is the title. This is the offset lithograph printed in color on woven paper. Hansai Murakami, and numbered by the artist on the lower right-hand side. Example, limited edition. There's only one of these available for sale anywhere by auction in the world tonight. Is right here. Example number 179 of only 300. Now, an edition of 300 by a man of this stature, I've got to tell you, Leif, is actually very small. This was published by Kaikai Kiki Company of Tokyo in 2013. And it is extremely rare. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to be sold. It's going to go to the highest bidder. Why not make it yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, it's over to Leif. Leif, auction results for this man in the millions. In the millions. Sculpture, paintings. Have a look. Here's Leif.
Let's go over to my screen. I just want to show you some of the paintings. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 3.7 million, 2 million, 2 million. We've got 5 million, 4.2 million. 4 million. I mean, many works all over the $1 million. All over the $1 million range here, ladies and gentlemen. Many works, including The and then, there's an acrylic canvas board, same image that you have. Obviously, ours is an offset lithograph, which I showed you the price comps for that in the $13,000 to $17,000 range. Well, look at what the acrylic canvas sold for. $2 million. $2 million. That's the same symbol you're bidding on. Again, it's a different medium. The one you're bidding on is an offset lithograph, which you should expect to pay $13,000 to $15,000. We're at only $500. Ladies and gentlemen, even if you were to pay $10,000 for this, you would be doing very well for yourselves indeed. And the fact is, when you're talking about this work of art, this is an original offset litho. It is hand-signed. This is a hand-signed work by Murakami, which means this isn't just a print. It's a signed slice of global pop culture history. This is also a very rare edition from the Kaikai Kiki in Tokyo, which means exclusivity. This means provenance. This means credibility. And it features that iconic Mr. Daub in psychedelic transformation, which means you're getting one of the artist's most recognized and collectible motifs. Hyper saturated in color, sleek finish, done on wolf paper, which means eye-catching impact and gallery quality production. Folks, you get a high crossover appeal among fine art and street art collectors, which means you're holding a piece that resonates with art purists and cultural tastes makers alike. Now, Takashi doesn't just make art. He makes pop myths for the modern world. And then this is a bold, it's playful. It's a little bit bonkers, I'd agree, but this work of art is utterly unforgivable. I mean, have you ever seen anything quite like this, ladies and gentlemen? And this is more than a collectible. It's a commentary. It's a question. It's a mirror held up to our Technicolor obsessions in a market where scarcity matters and signatures are gold. Again, Richard, I love the fact that this is signed. Such a big deal. Back to you.
Well, by an artist of this caliber's standards, the fact that it is a small limited edition, 300 worldwide is really a small limited edition for an artist of this stature. And as Leif correctly said, the fact that it is hand signed by him makes a huge difference. I've got to think similar articles to this in auction could easily be either side of that $20,000 range. I would say safely $20,000 to $25,000 would be a very safe guide price for similar works, Leif.
Absolutely. I was just showing them before, and I'm happy to show you one more time. Those works specifically. I just have to locate it again. I'm dealing with a computer, and sometimes we do hit upon technological issues. But if you give me a few moments, I'll be able to find those again, Richard. In the meantime, what I can tell you is that this work is much more than a collectible, by the way, because it is a commentary, it's a question, and it is a mirror that's almost held up to society, Richard.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 1100 is bid. I'm with New York. New York in the lead at 1100. Darren, it's your bidder, sir. At 1100 only, we are about to sell, ladies and gentlemen. I won't be going back to Leif. He's got technological issues and a few others as well, but we won't go into that. 1100 is the bid. 11 got a bid of 11 is bid, but he's a lovely boy. At 1100 is bid. At 11 got a bid of 11 is bid. With New York, I'm selling. It's on sale with you. At 11 got a bid of 11, it's bid. At 11 bid. At 1100 bid. We're selling. It's on sale, America. At 1100, I'm going back to Leif. He's resolved some of his issues. It's over to Leif.
Thank you very much, Richard. I wanted to give you an apples to apples comparison. Let's go to my screen. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. This is the same thing. It's an offset lithograph in color, okay? This is without the buyer's premium, $13,532. With buyer's premium, Richard, we're looking at about $17,000 for this. About seven. So you're right on when you said that price point. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is apples to apples. You are bidding on an offset lithograph called And Then by Takashi Murakami. This is an offset lithograph called And Then by Takashi Murakami. And this is what I want to point out. Look at the year this was sold in. This was sold 13 years ago. Why is that important? Well, because, ladies and gentlemen, that's a record price from 13 years. Richard, back to you.
Thank you. I've got Andrew in the lead now at 13 bid. 13 Andrew's bidder. 13 bid. 13 New York, yes or no? 13 bid. 14 bid. Thank you for Ivar bidder here. Another New York bidder, 1400 is bid. 1400 on the Murakami. 15 with New York as well. Thank you very much. 15. One bidder from New York is out now. Thank you, Darren. 1500. I have Andrew in the lead at 15. 15 is bid. 1500 with Andrew's bidder. I'm selling at 15 at a bid of 1500 only on the Murakami at 1500. Now, ladies and gentlemen, work this one out for yourself, the rest of America. Why are three New York bidders, John, can you believe that? All from New York, bidding on the Murakami. Do you think, America, that they may have seen him at the Museum of Modern Art? Do you think that his works sell for millions of dollars and they're in the leading galleries in New York? I wonder why there are 3 bidders from New York. 3 bidders. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling 1500. It goes in at 1500. Another one off anyone at 15. It's with Andrew's bidder from New York. Thank you to the other bidders. They're out. I'm selling. The gavel's high. Sold and gone. Well done. Sold at only $1,500 on the beautiful Murakami. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on now, and late bidders calling in there, John. Can you believe it? Never mind, ladies and gentlemen, always happens. But do try and get on the phone nice and early, dip your toes in the water, get bidding, and let's have some fun. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go with the next work of art. It is by Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Portrait de Renoir. Do you think it might be a self-portrait? Ladies and gentlemen, Portrait of Renoir, 1919. This is one of the final body of work that he ever created. It was Leif, as you know. This was led up to over a period of about 5 years with Ambrose Vollard and the engraver Émile Féquet. They worked together on the oeuvre, the life works of Renoir. And this is one of the most important pieces to Renoir. Why? Because it was a self-portrait. Ladies and gentlemen, a portrait of Renoir. I've never ever had this one up for auction, Leif. Never had this one up for auction. It's 106 years of age, and ladies and gentlemen, it was, I always use the past tense, Leif, was part of an edition of 375. Not anymore. How many do you think have survived since the end of World War I, all the way through World War II, the rest of the 20th century, and here in the 21st century? Ladies and gentlemen, a 1919 lifetime self-portrait by Renoir. Let's get bidding. Lot 204 up next with Leif.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is such an honor to be able to present one of the fathers of Impressionism. Yes, Renoir is considered one of the fathers, one of the original fathers of the entire movement that shook this planet with its loose brush strokes, with its open composition, with its emphasis on the changing qualities of light. You see, if I can take you back in time towards the late 1800s, you had 5 men who were sitting in a small pied-à-terre in what's called the 5e arrondissement in Paris. It's the 5th quarter. And those guys were Manet, Monet, Sisley, Basile, and Renoir. They were studying casts in a small, dark room. They had just heard about a school of artists from the Barbizon, a town of Barbizon, that were painting outside. They had been, in fact, inspired by the English Romantic landscape painters such as J.M.W. Turner and John Constable, because John Constable, J.M.W. Turner were pretty much the fathers of landscape painting, especially Constable. So they were very compelled to do the same thing. But everybody was against that because it went against the grain of art history. You see, prior to this point, prior to the late 1800s, art was always done in a studio. Sure, artists would go outside and they would sketch something, but everything was always finished in the studio. The French had an antonym for that. They used to call it au plein air, Au plein air means in the fresh air, outside, painting outside. And this was revolutionary because people would never paint outside before. But these 5 young men at the time decided to do that. And they created such a revolution. It was an artistic cataclysm that defined the early 20th century. And I think what's amazing, my friends, is that the underpinnings of Impressionism was as a result of what these 5 men did. The underpinnings of Impressionism reigned supreme as the MO for the Impressionists, which is, number 1, open composition. Number 2, visible brushstrokes. Number 3, the emphasis on the changing qualities of light. Now consider the latter, the changing qualities of light. Light is an ephemeral, visceral phenomena. It's impossible to paint. The reason that you can see me and we can see our show tonight is because of light. If it wasn't for light, we wouldn't be able to see anything. So how on earth do we capture light, knowing that it is a phenomena that allows us to see, but we can't see it? Well, the way the Impressionists circumvented that conundrum was to paint using almost an impasto layer, meaning the thick brushstrokes and the visible brushstrokes being visible. You see, back then, if your brushstrokes were visible, it meant you weren't a very good artist. But they did that on purpose because of the visibility of the brushstrokes. When light hits it from an angle, it creates a shadow. So the only way that you can see light, it's through its antithesis, which is the shadow and light. Shadow versus light. The open composition was explored by these great masters of creation, and Renoir remained throughout until his death one of the most dedicated out of all the Impressionists. Well, how come? One of the things to note about him is that in the early 1900s, he was struck with rheumatoid arthritis. Unfortunately, the arthritis was so bad and it crippled his hands, but it didn't stop him from doing what he loved. Think about that. What inspiration. So what he did, he tied a paintbrush to his hand every time with excruciating pain to create some of the most beautiful works of art that not only Paris but the world had seen. One of his most famous works is Le Bal de la Moulin de la Galette, which is the absolute embodiment of what I like to call that joie de vivre, that French joie de vivre, which in English is the joy of life, of really enjoying oneself, going the full length of just making most of our time here on the planet. And this work of art captured that quintessential moment. I'm going to actually show you, ladies and gentlemen, on my screen. If we can go to my screen, please. There it is, Le Bal de la Moulin de la Galette. Let's bring one that has a nice and big so you can see what it looks like. This is his magnum opus. This sold for over $100 million. It is permanently housed at the world-famous Musée d'Orsay in Paris. But let's go back to the work of art for a second, because we now understand the importance of Renoir, not only as an impressionist, as a father of Impressionism, but the fact is, this is an engraving that was done and specifically chosen by his art dealer, Émile Féquet, the year, just days. This was done a few days after he passed away. Understand why that's important. Because Émile Féquet could have recaptured any of Renoir's works, but he chose this. This is the one he chose because of that iconic look. He felt that this, Richard, represented Renoir's life best, and that's why Émile Féquet chose this one specifically. Back to you.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to know that the graphics are okay. There's not a problem with them. That is the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for at least calling in. At least you got us underway. $10 for a 1919 Renoir. Ladies and gentlemen, what on earth is going on? 1919, final lifetime work. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, let's have a serious auction. Here we go. Lot 204, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, the French master. What would his great-grandson say? Our friend Alexandre, if he saw his great-grandfather's work up for auction and only a bid of $10. That is crazy. Lot 204 then, ladies and gentlemen. the portrait of Renoir, obviously, I mean, think about it, got to be one of his most important works, wouldn't you say? Yes. An original copper plate engraving. Yes, it is an original copper plate engraving. In black ink on arches woven paper. This is the first edition. Now, if you're collecting anything, Leif, as you know, you always want to collect the first edition. Whether it's a work of art, a beautiful new motor car, a first day stamp, if you're a stamp collector, you always want the first edition, the first one. This is it. It was one of 375 examples published by Ambrose Vollard and executed by Émile Féquet, the engraver, in Paris on the 15th of December 1919. Now, it's a very precise date, that, Leif. 15th of December 1919. What does that tell you? It tells you, ladies and gentlemen, that it's a very well documented, historic work of art by one of the greatest artists the world has ever known. So, during his lifetime, he created all these various works. He then got together with Ambrose Vollard, who was his agent and the greatest art dealer in Paris at the time, and the greatest dealer in the world. He got together with Ambrose Vollard. He said, look, I'm getting old. I want to build a series of works to commemorate everything I've done in my lifetime. By that time, Renoir was literally probably one of the most successful living artists in the world, without a shadow of a doubt. So they said, yes, let's do it. So they went back, they revisited certain works. They said, we'll make this new thing, it's called a limited edition, whereby your collectors and fans around the world can collect at least something original from you, and we'll do them all on copper plates, we'll engrave them. You supervise everything by Émile Féquet, you supervise it. We'll produce it in a strictly limited edition. And here we are, 106 years later, and we've got his own self-portrait up for auction. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a historic piece, ladies and gentlemen, and Renoir would have loved to have seen the final work, but he died 10 days before it was published. Here is Leif.
I think he was immortalized in this portrait, Richard, because this is done in a very, very complex engraving style. And to understand what an engraving is, let's go to my screen for 1 second. I want to show you how these were done. Take a look. This is an engraving. This is how it's made. The artist will take a stylus. They'll draw what's called an intaglio, incised, creating these incised lines into that copper plate. Once the lines have been created very, very delicately, it is then brushed off to be able to create deeper grooves into it, one at a time, a very labor-intensive and laborious process. And then the artist will pour the black viscous ink upon the surface. As they wipe it away, the ink will sit in the grooves that were engraved into the copper plate. Let's go back to the work of art. So that gives you an idea of how this was made. Now that you see this, and you can see the amount of black that was placed on this, that's a form of crosshatch. You have tonalities and shadows of black. That's all what's called crosshatching. It was a technique that was actually revolutionized by Rembrandt, where you have vertical, horizontal lines that crisscross to create the apparition of a darker image. And the fact is, the copper plate, the fact that they used this very complex method, it gives you exquisite tonal range and exquisite depth. Look at the depth of this, which means you're not just seeing Renoir, you're feeling the gravity of his legacy, etched one line at a time. And the fact is as well that his market and influence is universal, Richard. The Musée d'Orsay, even the Louvre Museum has Renoirs in their collection. Back to you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what can I say? It's on sale and with you. We are here. It's going. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not on the phone, you're about to miss it. I won't be going back to Leif, unfortunately. He is researching the next work, ready for you. So it's going to go now. Is there anyone else, yes or no? 190, 190, 190, bid at 190. At 190, got a bid at 190, 190, I'm bid. 190, 190, got a bid at 190, 190, thank you. At 190, 190 bid. At 190, anyone else, yes or no? It's got to sell. Give me your best and final bid then. Give me your best and final bid. Is there anyone else, yes or no? You're in? 200 bid, thank you. 200 bid. At 200 bid, I'll take 25 more. At 200 bid, give me your best and final bid. 200 bid, anyone else, yes or no? Give me your best and final bid. It's got to go, got to sell. Ladies and gentlemen, this is crazy money for this piece. One of the most important works of Renoir's life and immortalized here in the 1919 lifetime work of the master Pierre-Auguste Renoir, the self-portrait. It's got to go then, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Give me your best and final bid. Leif, final thoughts before I drop the hammer.
A very succinct rundown on why everybody should be considering this very seriously. Number one, original copper plate engraving. Yes, it was published in 1919 in December, which means it's a direct posthumous tribute issued just days after Renoir's death. Again, they could have picked any subject matter, any of his works, but this is the one they picked. His art dealer, this is the one he picked. This is very important. It's the first edition as well, which means rare, it's finite, it's increasingly difficult to acquire in the collector's market. It was also executed by master engraver Émile Féquet, which means you're getting fine technique and psychological sensitivity in portraiture, which he mastered. So it's almost like you have Renoir next to you, Richard, when you look into this portrait.
Well, fantastic. Thank you very much, Leif. It's got to go. Give me your best and final bid now. Come on, America. Let's have an auction. Take another 25 off anyone, yes or no? Last chance, last call. Last chance, last call. Is there anyone else, yes or no? John, you've got to be quick. He's given the last call to the phone team there. And ladies and gentlemen, it is your last chance. Is there another 25, yes or no? Another 25. Give me your best bid. Best and final bid now. It's got to go. Anyone else, yes or no? Going once, going twice, gavels high. Sold and gone, well done. Thank you. Well, you walked away with that one, I must say, ladies and gentlemen. Well, ladies and gentlemen, not often do we get the opportunity to bring up something as rare, collectible, and ancient as this work. Have a look at it. We're going to go in nice and closely on this work as much as we possibly can. It is the old master, the French work. It was created circa 1400, so over 600 years ago. It took our research team many months to get this out of France, to get it here, to get it for auction, ladies and gentlemen. This is the prayers of Saint Bridget, I guess. Original mixed media painting with gouache. Must be one of the earliest gouaches I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen an earlier one. 1400. Pen and ink and actual gold leaf as well, ladies and gentlemen. So pen and ink, gold leaf, a unique work from the illuminated manuscript. It was executed circa, think about this, 1400. Now the UK and Sweden, where we're both from, very old ancient civilizations. But even back then in 1400, things hadn't moved on a lot, had they? It's only in really the last 200 years that really you've seen huge leaps and progress, the Industrial Revolution, etc. But 1400, look how beautiful this work was. Look at the gold leaf on it. Look at the beautiful hand script. All of this, all done by hand here, ladies and gentlemen. The gold it's just a phenomenal work of art when you consider that is over 600 years of age. How do you value it, Leif? I've got to say something like this. I mean, I think if it was in the right auction at the right time, No one would bat an eyelid if it sold for $120,000, $150,000. Let's be conservative. Let's bring it under 100,000. 70 to 80. I think that's very fair. What do you think?
I think that's a very fair price, especially given the fact it features Saint Bridget. She was a Swedish saint, by the way. I don't know if you know that, Richard.
Do they have
And I want you to imagine this, ladies and gentlemen. Before Da Vinci sketched anatomy, even before Gutenberg's press changed the world, there were artists that were cloaked in anonymity. These were craftsmen who painted with reverence, with purpose, and gold. One of these masters worked in France around the year 1400, illuminated the sacred with unparalleled devotion. Today we know this anonymous genius only as Old Master, but his work, like this stunning medieval illuminated manuscript created, as Richard rightfully said, gouache, pen, ink, and 24-karat gold leaf. This is very rare. It's called Prayers of St. Bridget. It's not merely a painting. This is a relic. This is a sacred bridge between medieval faith and a modern collector. I don't think this is priceless. This shouldn't even be available for sale, Richard. This belongs in the Vatican, in my opinion. Back to you.
Well, actually, that's why it took, I'd say, about 9 months to get this out of France through all the authorities. I mean, you have to have this signed off to be released. You know what it's like in Europe. Some of our antiquities, even from the old Russian Empire. Do you remember, like, the icons and things like that? You could not bring those out of Russia. Yeah, so this is over 600 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. This is basically part of the history of the country, history of France, where it was created. Their religious beliefs, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just a piece of history from mankind.
The word sacred is written all over it, because even though the artist's name is lost to time, the intention was clear: to elevate prayer through beauty. Every gold curve and crimson flourish was designed to ignite awe and possibly forgiveness. In that sense, these artists weren't just creators, they were intermediaries between the divine and the human. Imagine painting this for months. It took months. And in fact, a true rarity. This is an original. It's a mixed media manuscript, leaf on vellum. Over 600, how many years are we talking about here? Over 625 years old. Ladies and gentlemen, think about that for 1 second. So we are witnessing here the fusion of faith and artistic mastery. The text is written in elegant Gothic script. Imagine that. It's written in Gothic script, my goodness. And the eye is immediately drawn to that illuminated miniature. It's painted in gouache, embellished with shimmering gold leaf. The gold doesn't just decorate, it illuminates, catching the light as it once did beside flickering candles in a medieval chapel. The artwork features fine penwork, geometric and floral marginalia, and richly pigmented detailing, which means this was a high-status commission, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big deal, most likely for a noble family or ecclesiastical leader. The name St. Bridget refers to St. Bridget of Sweden. She was a mystic whose visionary prayers were amongst the most copied devotional texts of the Middle Ages. So owning a prayer leaf dedicated to her is not just rare, it is extraordinary. These are one of the most highly sought after things in the medieval ages. And imagine that in your home. It's amazing. This is a unique survivor. Think about it. It's over 600 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Think about all of the wars. Think about all of the everything that's happened in the world in 600 years, and this one still has survived. And yes, it belongs in the museum, but we'll let you have it on your wall. But you promise to take care of it and to pass it on to future generations. Now imagine this. This is history in your hands, ladies and gentlemen. I want to go to my screen. I did quite a bit of research on St. Bridget because she's from my country, and I had heard about her, but I want to give you a little bit of a background. Let's go to my screen, please.
The noble woman, Bridget Burgersdotter, related to the family of ruled Sweden from the middle of the 13th century, world renowned as Saint Bridget of Sweden, belongs to a specific period in the history of the Church. A period in which the prophetic voices of women rise in all of Europe. Voices that carry messages for humanity. Lay women, consecrated women, mothers, daughters, aristocratic poor. In the uniqueness of their state, they all share a direct relationship with God and the word from above to be communicated and become part of history.
As you know, St. Bridget was a mother of 8 children, and there are stories of her already as a child receiving some visions. But the visions, revelations, we usually call them revelations, that she was known for, they began in the middle of the 14th century. And she was called by Christ, she experienced a calling to be the bride and channel or mouthpiece of Christ, the sponsa et canale of Jesus Christ.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the artwork for 1 second. And here's the point. Ladies and gentlemen, you are getting an original illuminated manuscript painting from circa 1400. It means you are acquiring an artifact that is over 600 years old. It's executed in gouache, pen and ink, and real gold leaf, which means the materials themselves carry not only historic, but also precious value. Dedicated to the prayers of St. Bridget. This was a big-time medieval mystical saint, which means significance in terms of a sacred and also strong religious provenance. It's unique, it's handcrafted, which means one-of-a-kind historical rarity, not part of any reproduction series. And lastly, of course, museum quality with exceptional preservation and registration, which means it is ready for you to pass on and become a family heirloom, my friends. I don't know about you, Richard, but it has been a long, long time since I've been fortunate enough just to be in the presence of something like this. I mean, most of the time you have to go to very, very reputable museums in Europe to just get a glimpse of these. And many times they're not even available for the public, by the way.
I'll tell you where I've seen something similar, and it would be probably the same age. Do you know where I've seen it? Actually in... obviously, the Queen is dead now, of Britain, but her cousin is actually the, because they're what they call in the UK Protestant, you know, Church of England, Anglican, I guess. But her cousin was actually the head of the Roman Catholic family, the leading family in Britain, and his name is the Duke of Norfolk. Well, I grew up very, very close to the Duke of Norfolk's castle. It's called Arundel Castle. If you ever go to England, ladies and gentlemen, particularly if you're ordering a new Rolls-Royce, because the factory for Rolls-Royce is very close. It's at a famous place called Goodwood. Have you heard of Goodwood? Very famous for horse racing, and in the 1930s and 40s and 50s, old motor racing circuit there. Rolls-Royce built a new factory there, I'd say 10 years ago, and it's hidden under the hills. You can barely see anything to do with the factory. It's all built into the hills there. So if you order a Rolls-Royce, that's where you have to go and pick it up. You don't have to, but most people like to. But Arundel Castle, is the head of the Catholic family in Britain, the Duke of Norfolk. And that's where I've seen something very similar to this hanging in the castle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a $1,000 piece. It's not a $10,000 piece. It's more likely to be closer to a $100,000 piece. I mean, how can you ever replace it? Ladies and gentlemen, Old Master then. Let's go to the Certificate of Authenticity. It is the Prayers of Saint Bridget, original mixed media, and thank you for letting me know she was a Swedish saint. Do they have any others, Leif, apart from you? No? Original mixed media, painting with a gouache, with pen and ink, and a gold leaf. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had one bid and one bid only. Well, I think there were two bids, actually. $100, and then we had a power bid of $1,000. Who was the $1,000 from, John?
Maryland.
Maryland, thank you very much. A unique work from an illuminated manuscript executed in 1400. Nothing to do with that Tom Hanks film, The Illuminati. Ladies and gentlemen, this is extremely rare and important from 1400. Now, John, when was the Declaration of Independence?
1774.
Sounds right. Late 1700s. This is 350 years older. 350 years before the Declaration of Independence. Let's get bidding. Let's have an auction. You've got 2 minutes with Leif, then the hammer comes down. We're selling.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Richard, when I did some research on the manuscripts, I was able to find in the range of about $25,000 to $100,000. That's what these typically will fetch for. Now, that depends on the condition, depends on the iconography and the illuminator attribution. But this work holds the distinction of being a fully unique original work from circa 1400 with sacred content and exquisite craftsmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a sacred work of art. Have you ever had the chance of owning, this is a question for you, my friends watching at home, have you ever had a chance of owning one of, I think it's stunning, one of the very, very, very rare 600-year-old manuscripts illuminated like this one? The answer is probably no. So if you want something you've never had, you've got to do something you've never done, ladies and gentlemen. Take the plunge, take the leap. You are way below what this should be selling for. And the fact that this was executed not only in gouache, but in pen and in ink and in real gold, it means materials themselves carry historic and precious value. And being dedicated to the prayers of Saint Bridget, she was that medieval mystical saint, which means sacred significance and strong religious provenance. Saint Bridget, from her own prayer, she said, and I quote, "O Lord, show me the path and give me the strength to follow." This prayer encapsulates the role of this work of art, which is to guide, which is to inspire, which is to endure. And you do have museum quality with exceptional preservation and registration, which means this is ready to be passed on to your family. This would be part of your family heirloom, my friends. This is something that for after all, it has been enjoyed for over 600 years. Why not another 600 more years? This is it. When it comes to the art of the sacred, what has carried Europe through the darkest periods and the darkest nights of the medieval ages, it was the saints, it was the illuminated manuscripts, which was able to bring people to salvation, Richard.
And this piece literally came from what was known as the Dark Ages. 3,000, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know this, but this week in the USA, they discovered the original Magna Carta version from 1300. Think about this. Think about this. The Magna Carta was found to be, they thought it was always a copy that was here in the USA. Guess where it was? In the Harvard Library. They bought it for £7 in 1946. £7 is like $11, ladies and gentlemen. $11 they paid for it in 1946. If it ever comes for auction, that piece, which is the Magna Carta, which is only 100 years older than this, would probably break all world records, even surpassing Salvador Mundi by Leonardo da Vinci. It would probably break the world record at auction, and it's only 100 years older than this. Our current bid is $3,000, and it's with Darren's bidder from Texas at $3,000, and I'm selling. I won't be going back to Leaf, so if you want to bid, you better bid now. $3,000. South Carolina's out. Thank you. $3,000. I got Darren in the Leaf from Texas at $3,000. Good bidding there, Texas. Thank you, South Carolina, as well. But I'm selling it. It's on sale and with you. This is easily 30 to 40,000 underbid, even for our show. But ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. I cannot bid for you. If you don't phone, you cannot bid. If you don't bid, you cannot buy. If you do not buy, you cannot acquire it for your private collection, and therefore it will be going all the way to Texas. I'll give you, only because this is such an important document, and as I said, it could easily, on the right day, right place, sell either side of 100,000. Cut it in half if you want to be conservative at 50,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you 30 seconds to allow for the airtime. Last chance. Here is Leif. Then the hammer's coming down. 3,000 only with Texas. If you get this under 30, you've done incredibly well. Here we go.
Thank you very much, Richard. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the matter of fact is this. This is your chance to own something very few collectors on earth can actually claim. Imagine that. A hand-painted treasure from medieval France, glimmering with gold and infused with spiritual reverence. This work, the Prayers of St. Bridget, this is not just art. This is a window into the devotional world of 15th century Europe. It's the kind of work that elevates a collection, that sparks dialogue, that transcends trends. And for the discerning collector, for the historian or believer in beauty across centuries, this is more than a masterpiece. It's a miracle on vellum. Make this yours, ladies and gentlemen. But there's only one of you that will have the honor, that will have the privilege of being able to collect this, Richard. Back to you.
3-5 I have now with South Carolina. 35. How much? 38. Good bidding. Thank you very much, Texas. 3-8 is bid. Now 4. 3-8 now 4. At 38, get a bid of 3-8, 3-8, 3-8, 3-8, 3-8 with Texas. 3-8, 3-8 South Carolina. What would you like to bid next? At 3-9 with South Carolina. At 3-9, 3-9, 3-9. Now the psychological. 45, great bidding, Texas. 45, 4,500, at 45, a bit of 4-5, 4-5 now. At 4-5, 4-5. Let's see if that power bidder's done it this time, Texas. I'm wishing you luck. At 45, 45. It looks like South Carolina's out. Last chance, anyone else? California's out. South Carolina's out. Texas is in at 45, and I'm selling at 4-5, at 4-5, and it's going once at 4,500 on the magnificent 625-year-old work. Last chance, last call, gavels high. Well done, Texas. Congratulations, well done, thank you very much. What an amazing work. Now, I don't need to tell you, Texas, look after that, because that is really, really sensational, and congratulations to you. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, if you ever got a birthday, an anniversary, or something special you'd like to announce or celebrate, let us know. You can always contact us via info@thefineart.auction, or just call in, leave a message with one of the phone team. More than happy if we can possibly do it. We'll announce something for you if we're allowed, ladies and gentlemen. So any lovely message you've got, try me out. Who knows? Always worth a try. Who's got a birthday coming up this weekend? Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Right, someone must have. Well, coming up now, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, in just over an hour's time, we have our star event, and it is the wonderful Lisa Mee joining us all the way from New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say one of our most dearly loved and highly successful artists on the show for the first time in 4 years. What an occasion. And ladies and gentlemen, that's coming up in just over an hour. But right now, we do have lot 206, and it is the work of Maria Teresa Torres. ladies and gentlemen, and this is called Avant le Bal, and it is an original lithograph. Ladies and gentlemen, hand-signed, limited edition, and it is a wonderful piece. Over to Leif on this great work. Over to you. Thank you.
You know, I love this work of art for a couple of reasons. Number one, I want you to imagine before, let's say you're going to an orchestra, a play, a concerto, and before the curtain rises and the orchestra strikes its first note, there is a moment, a breathless pause of anticipation. That moment, it's exactly what this artist, Maria Teresa Torres, captures so masterfully in this title, in this work called Avant le Bal. Avant le Bal means before the ball. You can see that there is a woman just in that moment. She's creating a moment here. In fact, Torres, born in 56, she's classically trained, not only as an artist, but also is a master of color lithography, which you're looking at. She's brought elegance, emotional nuance into the contemporary figurative tradition. There's a style that bridges the Belle Epoque romanticism with modern finesse. That's what I like about her melange here, because she invites us to intimate often theatrical worlds that shimmer with life and longing. There's another aspect about it. It's the femininity that she celebrates. This, ladies, is for you. Her works celebrate femininity, gesture, the beauty of being caught in between. The moment before the music, before the decision, before the dance. And now you have a chance to bring that exact moment home. There's another aspect about this work of art that is so beautiful, for lack of a better word, and that is the fact that, ladies and gentlemen, she employs some of El Greco's mannerist inklings. What do I mean by that? El Greco was pretty much the man that led the world of art outside of the Renaissance. He was after the post-Renaissance. He was living in Toledo, which is a beautiful medieval town close to Madrid, and he started to exaggerate the spaces. Renaissance art was all about the academic precision of fine lines, using methods such as sfumato, chiaroscuro, and paying homage to ancient Greece and ancient Rome, using the classics. El Greco went and took the Renaissance out of the classics with the exaggerated space, with these haunting images that were later used and depicted as mannerism. Mannerism uses elongated forms and shapes. Just like El Greco did, Torres is doing here as well. The elongated shape, not only of the woman's body, the delicate, slender arms, the flower pot, everything is gestural, it's soft on the eyes, and it speaks of that moment. This is the moment before a major concerto, before a major ball. It's a moment that we don't give much thought about, ladies and gentlemen. But what the artist has done here is remarkable. She's immortalized it. She has immortalized that moment, showing us a vision of not only elegance, poise, beauty, and sophistication. It's simple in its execution. Very much like Matisse, just drew a few lines to create a composition, restricted by the innate nature and nurture that the artist is able to employ. So, ladies and gentlemen, to quote Da Vinci once said, and I quote, "Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication." And this work of art oozes not only sophistication, but it oozes a beautiful balance, not only in its compositional quality, but in terms of its tone, in terms of the color use. Because this is the kind of work that will fit in anywhere. This is the kind of work that adds harmony by virtue of its mannerist quality to any kind of artwork, to any kind of collection that you have. This is your chance to collect an artist that is not only celebrated for the beauty and the slender women that she paints, but more importantly, it puts a woman on a pedestal. It is, she could have painted a man. No, she chose to paint a woman. It's all about the women here. So ladies, if you're watching at home, this is for you, okay? I find this to be such monumental consequence within the historic evolution of women in painting. And it's come to this period where she's put on a pedestal because of her grace, because of that sensibility, because of that decadence and beauty and elegance. It's all about that. So I think that this artist, in terms of what she's done, speaks volumes about that evolution of mannerism in the post-El Greco period. But also, I want to give you an idea of a little bit more about the artist, of who she is. She had a beautiful vernissage in Paris, which was a gallery opening, and she overheard, this is a fun story, a collector describe her artwork as, and I quote, elegant foreplay with a paintbrush. Now she laughed and replied, "Oui, monsieur, but for the soul, not for the sheets." So that blend of wit and insight sums up her perfectly, because she paints not the action, but the electricity before the action, that tension, the mood, the breath before the first step. So let's talk about step. Let's step into this work, the avant les balles. The woman is poised. She reflects before a mirror, or perhaps just within herself, and her figure, as mentioned, is elegant, yet it's relaxed, an embodiment of grace that is suspended in time. And the feature here is the subtle use of color gradients, the luminous shadows, which means you get more than a pretty picture. You get mood, you get movement, you get that emotional narrative in a single frame, and the soft pastels flirt with darker tones, suggesting both vulnerability and strength. And of course, that composition guides the viewer's eye through the posture, down through the flowing gown, and back up to the character's soft expression. It is a dance with a paintbrush, Richard.
Well, Leif, you said it so eloquently, and you taught everyone about it. I think you're doing a fantastic job. We get a lot of people commenting, saying how much they love the commentary of Leif. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind comments. What I can tell you is that currently, John, there are 0 bids on the Maria Teresa. Not a sausage, how ridiculous. Maria Teresa Torres. Not one bid on it, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll read you out the certificate, and here we go. Avant les balles, original lithograph in colour on thick. I don't mind where we start, it's where we finish. On thick woven paper, pencil signed by the artist in the lower margin. It is a limited edition of only 250, ladies and gentlemen, created in, I believe, was it 1990, this work? A wonderful, wonderful period for the artist. Now, John, it's a major piece. It's a large work. It's hand-signed. It's a limited edition. I mean, I don't think you can really ask for much more. Beautifully framed. The frame's probably about $800 nowadays to frame that. Now, John, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock. If I don't see a bid in the next 60 seconds, please get the next one ready. 2-minute clock, but if I don't see a bid in the next 60 seconds, it will be going out, and we'll bring in the next work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. 2 minutes with Leif, 60 seconds to bid. If not, it's out.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what's the collecting opportunity here? You're not just acquiring a lithograph. You're acquiring a work that carries the elegance of French Romanticism with the sensibility of modern emotional depth. Think about that for a second. Marie-Thérèse Torres, the artist, said, and I quote, "What fascinates me is not the dance itself, but the silence just before, the heartbeat, the hesitation, the dream." So you're looking at an original hand-signed lithograph. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a reproduction, which means you're getting real, tactile authenticity straight from the artist's hand. It's a small, small edition, which means exclusivity, rarity, and increasing collector value. You have that lyrical Parisian subject matter, which means your space becomes a portal to old world elegance and timeless femininity. Masterful lithographic technique on thick wove paper, which means depth, it means richness and durability that you can see and feel. On top of that, you get emotive subject captured in pre-performance stillness, which means it mirrors those quiet, powerful moments in your life journey. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is really, besides an opportunity, it is a stunning work of art, and I would dare say, Richard, we're looking at about a minimum of $500 to $600 frame here, just a frame alone. So just think about the value that you're getting on this work of art. And ladies and gentlemen, she is a quiet force in the world of art, meaning that she's not looking for fame. This is not the artist that cares about being in museums. She doesn't care about which exhibition she's shown, even though she's had many, many exhibitions. What she cares is about one thing, and that is about being a true artist. And by doing this color lithography, which is a very arduous and complex process, she has excelled when it comes to showing the true colors of what matters most. Richard.
170 is bid. Thank you very much. 170, 170. Anyone else give me a best and final bid now? At 170, 180, thank you. 180 bid. At 180, got a bid of 180, 180 bid. 180, 190, 190. Give me a best and final bid now. Give me a best and final bid. It's got to go. At 190, got a bid of 190. Come on, give me a best and final bid. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? This is being given away. Hand sign work by the great Maria Teresa Torres. Ladies and gentlemen, it's being given away. Look, you could keep the frame for this money. You could keep the frame, take this out, ship it back to Leif and I. We will look after it. Keep the frame, put a nice picture of your mother-in-law in the piece, and you've made a profit, ladies and gentlemen. I can't tell you how expensive these frames are, with matting, with fillet, with the gold leaf frame. Ladies and gentlemen, that is selling now. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? Give me a best and final bid now. It's got to go. Anyone else? 2. Thank you. 200 bid. At 2, got a bid of 2, at 2, at 2. At 200 bid. 200 bid. 200 bid. Take another 25. Give me a best and final bid. Gavels high. Anyone else, yes or no? Anyone else, yes or no? At 200. I'll tell you what, stop the bidding there, John. Stop the bidding at 200. How many of the edition have we got available? 4. 4 available. 4 available. 200 plus the buyer's premium. Sold and gone. 200 plus the buyer's premium. You've got one. There are now 3 available. Congratulate your bidder. There are 3 available. Call in now, ladies and gentlemen. 200 plus the buyer's premium. Leif, what do you think of that? What a lovely deal. Hand signed.
Fantastic, because you know what, Richard? It's a chance for everybody who's watching to own a window into a world of elegance, of reflection, of anticipation. And this is more than art. This is atmosphere. What you're looking at is storytelling, and it's craftsmanship that is bundled into a single breathtaking moment. Teresa Torres has given us a timeless vision of the quiet before the grand. And now, my friends, it is your turn to give that vision a place in your home, in your heart, and also in your collection. Make the leap before the music begins, because every great evening begins with a beautiful decision. Let this decision be yours. This is not only a wonderful gift, this is a sign not only of that post-romanticism, French romanticism, intertwined with El Greco mannerism. I mean, it scintillates and reverberates with a very deeply seated historical narrative. And I think it's the historical narrative from the progenitor of mannerism, El Greco, being now, it's almost as if we're gone full circle, back to the beauty, back to that elegance that Therese is able to execute with. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a kind of work of art done by an artist who doesn't seek the limelight, doesn't seek the spotlight. She seeks to paint the truth, to be authentic. And that's what I love about her works of art. They're simple, they're sophisticated, and you just can't stop looking at it. I mean, have you noticed right now that the more you look at it, take a look, the more you look at it, the more you like it. There's just something about it. There's certain artists that do certain things where, you know, you can't quite put your finger on it. There's just something about it that is intoxicatingly beautiful. And as a result, I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, drink these emotions in. Drink it in and become intoxicated on the flurry of not only the precision of her mannerist style, her colors, the way in which she is able to create this original lithograph, and the way in which she foreshadows so elegantly and so divinely a moment to come. So what she's doing, she's encapsulating a moment. She's making that moment timeless. And that moment, that timeless moment, guess what? It's yours. That's right. It is yours, my friend. So take advantage of that. Keep in mind, the frame alone, John, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that's a minimum $600 frame on that. What would you?
Correct, sir. You're correct.
So just the frame alone, Richard, is a minimum of $600. What a fantastic deal they got here. Back to you.
Well, try getting it framed for $600 now. That is the key. That is the key, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck if you can. Ladies and gentlemen, we're selling 200 plus the buyer's premium. Final chance then. Now, John, we've got less than an hour before our main event with Lisa Mee. So come to me. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And look at these magnificent paintings, all originals, coming up this evening. There's also a chance to acquire a beautiful, beautiful artist-proof #1 as well of the print. And the embellishment on her works are just off the charts, ladies and gentlemen. So, coming up now, a very, very special Picasso. This one is an original etching in black ink from 1968, printed in a limited edition by L'Atelier Chromolink in Paris, and it is Le Cocu Magnifique #6, catalogue reference in the block catalogue 1249. So block catalogue referenced Picasso. Ladies and gentlemen, up next, Pablo Picasso.
Pablo Picasso was one of the greatest and most influential artists of the 20th century, as well as the co-creator of Cubism. Born in Malaga, Spain in 1881, Picasso was a painter, sculptor, printmaker, ceramic artist, stage designer, and was considered radical in his work.
Pablo Picasso, the name is just so huge. It's just a global name. When he first arrived in Paris in 1899, did he even think that he would dominate the entire history of art, the world of art, for the next 100 years?
In 1904, Pablo Picasso moved to Paris, the cultural center of European art, to open his own studio. Art critics and historians typically break Picasso's adult career into two distinct periods: his blue period and his rose period. By 1905, Picasso had largely overcome the depression that had previously debilitated him. His most famous paintings from these years include The Family of Saltimbanque, Gertrude Stein, and Two Nudes. In 1907, Picasso produced a painting unlike anything he or anyone else had ever painted before. It is Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, a chilling depiction of 5 nude prostitutes abstracted and distorted with sharp geometric figures and features. The outbreak of World War I ushered in the next great change in Picasso's art. Guernica, Picasso's most well-known surrealist painting, deemed one of the greatest paintings of all time, emerged from Picasso's outrage at the bombing and the inhumanity of war. Guernica remains one of the most moving and powerful anti-war paintings in history.
His life was huge. I mean, it was just absolutely huge. There's no way to cover him in 10 minutes or even an hour. I mean, what he was able to accomplish was extraordinary.
Inarguably one of the most celebrated and influential painters of the 20th century, Picasso continues to garner reverence for his technical mastery, his visionary creativity, and his profound empathy.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back live in our studios in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome back, everybody. I certainly hope you're enjoying yourselves. And again, I just want to extend a congratulations to all of those successful bidders. We had a lot of bidding going on, and it's just going to get hotter, especially with Lisa Mee coming into the studio. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going back to the father, back to the man who was able to revolutionize with every single breath that he took on this planet up until 1973. He changed single-handedly the course of art history. Many times, the French paparazzi, the major newspaper publications such as Le Figaro, would chase after Picasso all over Paris, from Montparnasse all the way to Montmartre, always begging to ask him the question about his vitality, because he was one of the most, in terms of his vitality, he was one of the artists that had the most vitality, it is said, in the 20th century. which pays homage and is testament to his relentless and insatiable desire to create. From ceramics to lino cuts to engravings to etchings and paintings, he's already had within the top 50 most expensive paintings ever sold. Listen to this. Within the top 50 most expensive paintings sold, 10 of them belong to this man. So where does it come from? Well, one day, when he was walking in a small park right underneath Le Sacré-Cœur in Montmartre, they caught him. The paparazzi caught him. It was Le Figaro magazine, and they said, Monsieur Picasso, we need to ask you a question. Where do you get your vitality from? We've been begging to ask this question for decades. He finally said it in one of the most compelling and powerful stories that any 20th century master ever had. And he said, it's because of my uncle. And he said, what do you mean? Well, he says, I was stillborn. The midwife, after she had delivered me, I was not breathing properly. My uncle was a physician. He was pacing on the floor furiously, smoking prematurely in a cigar in anticipation of my birth. In a last desperate attempt to save my life, he said, my uncle took a big drag from the cigar. He ran over to the table. He propped my little mouth open and blew the smoke deep into my lungs. I started coughing. And that's when I came to life. And because my uncle saved my life, I was named in honor of him, entirely after him. And his name comprised of 17 words. We know that Spanish, Portuguese, Italian names can be very long. And his name was Pablo Diego José Francisco de Paula Juan Nemampuco María de los Remedios Santísima Trinidad Patricio Clito Ruiz Pablo y Picasso. That was his name. The master, the genius, was born. Now what you're looking at, since we've already shown Picasso before, is an extraordinary etching that was done in collaboration with Crumlick. The Crumlick brothers were an indispensable duo when it came to the publication, when it came to the execution of Picasso's etchings. The etchings were very much made famous back in the days of Rembrandt. He was known as the greatest etcher of all time. But he served as inspiration for Francisco Goya. He served as inspiration also for Pablo Picasso. I'm going to step back for a second. I want to give you a little bit more narrative into this work of art. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring up Richard very shortly, who's going to tell you a little bit more as well. So just bear with me one second. Richard, back to you.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful, wonderful piece. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Picasso, a very, very rare work. John, how's the bidding going? Little slow?
Little slow at the moment.
Little slow, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, do bear in mind this is a highly, highly important work. Leif's done a lot of research on this, and I can tell you, works like this I've sold in auction, Leif, well in excess of $35,000. Well in excess of $35,000. Le Cocu Magnifique is, ladies and gentlemen, an original etching in black ink on woven paper, and it is in black ink on woven paper, dated on the plate. I see bidding's just started. Printed in a limited edition by L'Atelier Crommelink in Paris in 1968. It is a very rare, extremely rare work, ladies and gentlemen. Beautifully presented, wonderful, wonderful work. And ladies and gentlemen, it is up for auction now. Now, don't forget, it's in the block catalogue, number 1249. Nothing in that catalogue, John, today is under for Picasso, 15,000. Nothing in the block catalogue under 15,000. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an original etching in black ink, woven paper, dated on the plate. And ladies and gentlemen, it is from 1968. And it is now my pleasure to hand you back to Leif for 2 minutes. Good luck. Let's see who gets it.
Thank you, Richard. Let's dive into this work. It's called Le Cocu Magnifique numéro 6. And it was printed by the legendary Atelier Crommelink in Paris. I have a photo shortly. I'm going to show you that. This is Picasso's theatrical and psychological series that was inspired by Fernand Cromlick's 1920 tragicomedy Le Cocu Magnifique, which means the magnificent cuckold. It is rare, it is raw, it is utterly riveting because it is an etching. that was executed with Picasso's unmistakable line. It's free-flowing, it's urgent, yet masterfully controlled. Look at this, look at in the plate. He uses black ink to emphasize drama through stark contrast, capturing not just the figure, but the entire emotional anatomy of betrayal, of jealousy, and performative absurdity. This work of art is incredible. What makes it even more incredible is that it is an etching, and as a technique allows for layered, linear storytelling, which means every stroke you see is a result of carefully incised lines bitten by acid into the plate and hand inked before pressing. It's physical, it's intimate, it's labor intensive, which means it's not just an image, it's an impression made of history itself. So ladies and gentlemen, even more important is this work features Picasso's hallmark, minimalism. It's a composition that's stripped down to pure expressive essence, which means it has the clarity, it has the economy, and the psychological weight that collectors covet in these late period prints. Let's go to my screen. Here's a photo of Picasso with Crumlick. That is the famous Crumlick Studios, and there's one of the Crumlick brothers looking at an etching by Picasso. He took these very, very seriously indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, the Crumlick brothers had a very tempestuous relationship with Picasso. Let's go back to the work of art. And because it was printed in the Crumlick atelier, this was Picasso's, by the way, most trusted studio. He painted in many studios, but this was his number one. His number one studio. It was most trusted Parisian studio. This, because of it, maintains the highest production standards, which means the quality is exquisite and it is collectible grade. That's why the Museum of Modern Art has this series. Let's go to my screen. Ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. You go to the Museum of Modern Art, probably the most important museum of modern art in the planet. The reason I say that, and the reason I qualified that statement, is by simply saying that every magnum opus, every opera prima by a great 20th century master is permanently housed in the MoMA. From Andy Warhol's Campbell's Soup Cans, to Matisse's The Dancing Eye, to Chagall The Village and I, to Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, all of those works are in the MoMA. And so is this. And so is this. Let's go back to the work of art. Yes. Besides that, ladies and gentlemen, the etching, when it comes to Picasso's prices, I'm going to show you shortly what his etching prices are, but remember I was telling you in the beginning that the top 50 most expensive paintings sold, 10 of them Picasso's. Let's look at my screen. This is the world of Picasso. This is not 160, it's not 160,000, it's $160 million. $121 million, $101 million. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, the prices speak for the master. Let's go back to the work of art. I want to be able to show you the complexity and, more importantly, the dedication that Picasso would have used in creating this. This is a video that shows exactly how etchings were made and how most likely Picasso did as well. Let's go to my screen. This is from the movie Goya. Here we have a copper plate. These are how etchings are made. You have the acid-resistant resin. It's wiped on top. Water is being prepared. When the acid-resistant resin creates a dry finish, it becomes matte, a matte finish. The artist takes a stylus, a thin metal needle, starts to draw intaglio, incised lines into the plate. The rest of the plate is covered in black. This is exactly how Picasso made what you're looking at. There we have, ladies and gentlemen, acid bath being prepared. Paper is then dampened because it absorbs ink better. The copper plate is taken to the acid bath. You're going to hear a hissing sound and a bellowing of smoke, which is the acid biting in to the plate, creating those engraved, those etched lines. The plate is very carefully, water poured on top to remove excess acid. The black background, which protects the rest of the plate, is wiped away, and a very thick layer of black viscous ink is pasted on top of the copper plate. As you wipe it away, the ink sits in the grooves. Chalk is used to wipe off any excess paint. The plate is then placed into an impression with the piece of damp paper. The printing press manually turned the lever with extraordinary pressure Ladies and gentlemen, this is the entire making of an etching. Of course, this is fast forward 100 times, but that's how Picasso made these. You could see the layer of how laborious and what a time-consuming process this was. And the thing is that here, with this work, you're not just acquiring a drawing, you're acquiring narrative drama that's been etched by the hand of the greatest master of the 20th century himself. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, in a suite that's both satirical, it is also soul-searching, and it is a meditation on masculinity, on vulnerability, on theatricality. This piece delivers big meaning in deceptively minimal strokes. It's also featured in the permanent collection of the Musée Picasso in Paris, in the permanent collection of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, in the permanent collection of the MoMA, in the permanent collection of the sacred Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, among others. Richard, back to you.
Well, you can't say any more than that, Leif. Your research is phenomenal and your knowledge is second to none. I think everyone has got the message now. They should be bidding on this one. To be honest with you, if you were bidding 15,000, it wouldn't be too much for this piece. Absolutely, at 15,000, that would be a low bid in any other auction. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at 1,500, 1,600 with Hunter now. Thank you, Hunter. 16, he's joined the hunt. 1,600. 1,600, they're in the hunt for the Picasso. Hunter's bid, 1,600, 1,600, 1,600 is bid, 1,600. Kim? Yep. 17. 17 is bid with Kim. 17 is bid. 17 is bid. 17 and low. 17 and selling. 17 on sale, 17 it goes, it's in the market at 17 bid, 17 only, 18 with Illinois now with Hunter, thank you Hunter, 18 is bid. Hunter's been with the show a long time, great person, fantastic phone team here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give the phone team a round of applause, they do a great job. 1,800 is bid. Thank you, guys. We couldn't do the show without you. 1,800 is bid. 18 bid. 1,800. 1,800 is bid. Illinois bid. 1,800. 1,800, and I'm selling. 18 it goes. Kim, are you bidding? Yep. Well, 19? 19 is bid. Thank you, Cleo. New York in the lead now. 1,900. 1,900 only. 19 I'm bid at, 19 and still very low, 2,000 back with Illinois, 2,000 bid, 2,000 last call, 2,000 I'm selling, 2,000 it's going, 2,000 on the beautiful rare catalogue referenced block 21. 21 is bid with New York, 21 with New York, 21 with New York, 2-1 only, 21. Illinois, what would you like to bid next? 22 with Illinois. 22, it's with Illinois now. 22. 22. New York, what would you like to bid next? Your option. 22. Very rare. 23 with New York, thank you. 23 with New York. 23. 23 is bid. 23 only. 23 bid. 23 bid. 25 I have with Illinois. 25. Leif, you have some important, pertinent information to do with the bidding. It's over to you then. I will give you 30 seconds.
You were spot on when you said minimum 15,000 for that. Let's look at my screen, please. Here we have from the same edition. This is apples to apples. Etching, Le Coucou Magnifique, 19,005. Same thing, again, 19,800. Look at this one, 29,000 from the same Cromlech, Le Coucou Magnifique. It gets better. Look at this. Etching, same thing you're looking at, same edition, 47,000 in Christie's, 29th of March 2000, 50,000 and 72,000. That is the highest it's been paid for one of these works from the suite. So Richard, I think that speaks for itself. Back to you.
25 is with Illinois then at 25. 25 and I'm selling. 25, last chance. Thank you for that wonderful information there, Leif. 25. 25 is bid. 25 and it goes once. 25 and it goes twice. New York is out. Illinois is in. Gavel's high. Sold and gone. Thank you. Well done. Well, the time is getting very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. We've sent the limo to go and pick up Lisa Mee, so she's going to be with us very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, about 30 minutes now before the main event of the evening. All these fantastic paintings, some amazing artist proofs as well. #1 artist proofs. We're very lucky that we've got those, Jean, because galleries in New York, they were clamoring for all of these works, but she's saved them for the show, and they will be up for auction tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So that all starts in 30 minutes' time. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, a lovely little work of art for you, and this is by the great Marc Chagall, and it is our next offering, lot 208, Marc Chagall, Cain Meurtrier, ladies and gentlemen, by Chagall, and it is a lithograph created in 1960 by Chagall with the great Fernand Merlot. Here is Leif.
Thank you very much indeed, Richard. It is such an honor to be able to introduce to you, if you don't know Chagall already, this is the person who was single-handedly, in the early 20th century, able to bridge the narrative between art and poetry. In fact, it was his artistic apotheosis, ladies and gentlemen, that ability to bridge poetry and art, and he set the golden standard. And in fact, it was at the behest of his very good friends that he was living in this old dilapidated building in Paris in the region of Montparnasse called La Ruche, which is the beehive in English. And it was a place that housed a lot of the artists and poets. For example, you had a very famous French poet called Apollinaire that lived there. He was good friends with Chagall. You also had a very famous Italian mannerist called Amadeo Modigliani, who you might have heard about. Modigliani was also living there. And it was these two guys who convinced Chagall to paint in color for the first time, because they knew that he had a tremendous talent for color. And in fact, he was that one artist who was able to push the envelopes of color lithography to unprecedented levels that nobody else had done before. Let's go to my screen. Richard just spoke about the Merlot Atelier. He was invited. You can only be invited to create your works of art here. Look at what you see scattered throughout the atelier. These are slabs of Belgium or Bavarian limestone. So Belgium and Bavarian limestone was the matrix that was used for our artists to then paint with a crayon, a grease-like crayon, use water and inks, properties that are immiscible to create images. This is the world-famous studio where you had to be invited. You need to be, not anybody could walk in here. Here we have, I want to show you an image of Chagall himself. I think I have it, pardon me, I have it on the other side. There we go. There's Chagall. Art must be an expression of love or it is nothing. That is my favorite quotation for Chagall, because I think that's what he represented in everything that he did. It was all about love. You see, ladies and gentlemen, some of the greatest commissions that were ever attributed to any artist in the last century were, firstly, when you look at the stunning murals at the Metropolitan Opera in New York. I used to walk by these almost every week when I was living in New York City. These are massive, stunning, monumental. We also have probably one of his greatest public commissions, which was commissioned by then the French government to paint the ceiling of the Opera Garnier, the Paris Opera. And ladies and gentlemen, after he completed this monumental task, he was named by Time magazine as the Michelangelo of the 20th century. It is, I've been there, I've seen it. It is one of the most beautiful, beautiful ceilings I've seen in my life. People talk about it all the time. And of course, he also painted the 12 stained glass windows representing the 12 tribes of Israel at the Hadassah Hebrew University. There's Chagall working on some lithographs. This is in the studio, working on some lithographs. This is his magnum opus. This is his most important work of art, which is in, of course, the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It is called The Village and I by Chagall. But ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the artist of poetry and the artist of love as it comes to this work. It's called Qu'un Meurtrier, and Qu'un Meurtrier is a lithograph in black ink and wove paper. It's published by Mourlot in Paris in 1960. It is a stunning interpretation of one of the Bible's most haunting narratives. In fact, Cain, the first murderer, condemned by his own actions and marked by divine judgment. What sets this lithograph apart, it's Chagall's ability to capture a centuries-old story with raw, emotional immediacy. It is the first state, it is the first printing, and you can feel the weight of Cain's guilt here. Look at that. Look at the expression, the divine sorrow, and the existential unease that ripples through the scene. This isn't a sterile historical retelling. It's alive, ladies and gentlemen, with Chagall's signature expressionism. That's what makes this brilliant, because you have the black ink, you have that stark against the cream wove paper. It renders the composition almost like a visual confession. It's bold, it's unflinching, and yet it's deeply humane. And the interesting thing is that this lithograph is a handcrafted impression from Mourlot. Again, the most revered, ladies and gentlemen, printing studio of the 20th century, which means you're acquiring not only a powerful biblical narrative, but a piece of technical excellence, Richard, from the heart of Parisian modernism.
Thank you so much, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go then. Let's have a look at the certificate of authenticity for this lovely little work. Marc Chagall then, the French-Russian master, actually brought in Vitebsk in modern-day Belarus in 1887, the son of a Hasidic Jewish family. Very unusual in that day and age to be able to leave the Russian Empire as it was under the Tsars and to move to France, particularly when you're brought up in a very, very, you know, if you like, very orthodox religion. So, ladies and gentlemen, he left the Russian Empire, moved to France at a young age, and became, after Picasso died, literally the most famous living artist in the world, right up until his death in 1985. This is Qu'un Meurtrier. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a lithograph in black ink on woven paper after the original. I don't see a lot of action on the graphics there at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a first state, a first printing, published by the Merlot brothers with Chagall in 1960. Here's what I'm going to do, John, once again. I can't bid for you, ladies and gentlemen, so literally I'm going to do this. If you're happy with this, Leif. 2-minute clock. If I don't see a bid in another 60 seconds, because we've been on it 7.5, 8 minutes now, give it another minute. If I don't see another bid, John, let's bring in the next work. So, Leif, 2-minute clock. John, if there's no bids in 60 seconds, take it out, please. We'll bring in the next slot. Here's Leif.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to point my screen. I want to show you how Chagall made these. Take a look at my screen. This is how a lithograph is made. Now, this is courtesy of the Museum of Scotland. Stone plate, typically Belgium or Bavarian limestone. The artist has to grain the stone first. So they will pour water, they will put some sand, and they start resurfacing that surface of the Bavarian or Belgium limestone. A crayon, a grease-like crayon, is used to draw the original matrix on the surface of the stone. This is exactly how Chagall made this, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly. He processed the stone using gum arabic and nitric acid. This is called an etch, basically, and as you pour it on top, you get the idea that water and grease don't mix. They have immiscible properties. The color is placed on top, obviously rolled, and as the artist fine-tunes and is placing a wet substrate on top of it, it then allows for the paper to be applied to the stone, which goes through the press. So this transfers from the lithographic stone plate onto the piece of paper. Now remember, this has to be all done backwards. And if in the case of Chagall, if he's using another color, he will use another stone. That's right, he does not use the same stone. So the finished print combines the designs of both stones. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the work of art. Ladies and gentlemen, why should you pick up the phone right now and call? Number one, this is an original Chagall lithograph. It is the first state, it is the first printing, which means museum level rarity that you're getting here, and authenticity directly from the Mourlot Studios in Paris. It's biblically inspired subject with timeless emotional power. That means your collection gains a conversation-starting work full of depth, full of narrative here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it was printed by Mourlot in 1960. Richard?
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Leif. I'm selling now. Got to be the lowest ever for a Chagall. I've never seen one at this level in my entire life. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to sell 120 bid at 120, got a bit of 120, 120, 120, 130. How much? 160. Thank you, Darren. 160. 160 is bid. 160 only, 170 bid. 170. Thank you, Karen. 170 bid. Are you bidding? 170, 170. How much, Michael? 170. 170 bid at 170, got a bit of 170, 170, 180. Thank you, Karen. Up 180. At 180, got a bit of 180, 180. I sell. At 180, and it's going to go. At 180. Come on, America, let's have an auction. 190 bid, up 190 bid. At 190, got a bit of 190, 190, I'm selling. At 190 on the beautiful Chagall lithograph from 1960, created by Fernand Merlot with Chagall. It's selling now, it's on sale. Give me your best and final bid. Give me your best and final bid. Is there anyone else, yes or no? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, this is being given away. The greatest artist of his time after the passing of Picasso in 73, to his bid. Thank you, Darren. 200 bid. Leif, I'm going to give everyone a final 30 seconds with you just to learn a bit more, but what you must learn is the phone number. 866-518-5933. Last chance. Here we go. 30 seconds with Leif, then we sell.
So, ladies and gentlemen, besides the fact that this was printed by probably the most coveted, the most exclusive, one of the most exclusive print studios on the planet, where you had to be invited to create there. I mean, he was following in the footsteps and working alongside Matisse, along Picasso, along Miro. They all created at the Mourlot Studios. Also, with this work in particular, you have strong monochrome aesthetic on wolf paper, which means this piece will fit modern and indeed classical interiors while retaining gravitas, ladies and gentlemen. And the fact of the matter is, Marc Chagall remains and has a legendary market appeal, which means this is not only an artwork, it's a long-term asset. Back to you.
And it's selling now. Thank you, Leif. Give me your best and final bid. You got 25 seconds. $25, yes or no? Yes or no? You got to be quick if you want it. Yes or no? Yes or no? It's got to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's got to sell. Going. It's almost gone. Almost gone. It's about to go. Going once, going twice. Third and the final time. So, well done. Congratulate your bidder. Well done. Well, you can't beat that, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move up many, many levels. That was a great piece, but the next piece is a museum quality work of art, ladies and gentlemen. It is Le Portrait de La Fontaine from La Bestia de La Fontaine d'Alanis. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful work, Salvador Dali. Catalogue referenced by Albert Field, 2 catalogue references. This is an original dry point etching in black ink on Arches paper. It is hand signed by the Spanish master, Salvador Dali, published by Le Maître Contemporain and Robert Murea Gay in 1974. Ladies and gentlemen, hand signed, your opportunity to bid on the great Salvador Dali.
Salvador Dali is among the most versatile and prolific artists of the 20th century, and of course, the most famous surrealist. Though chiefly remembered for his painterly output over the course of his long career, he successfully turned to sculpture, printmaking, fashion, advertising, writing, and perhaps most famously, filmmaking,
If you go to the Dali Museum in Spain, you'll see a painting called Lida Atomica. There's no brushstrokes. It looks ethereal, doesn't even look real. He would paint with one eyelash, and he would build his own brushes.
Dali was renowned for his flamboyant personality and the role of a mysterious provocateur as much as he was for his undeniable technical virtuosity. In 1926, Dali took a life-changing trip to Paris. He visited Pablo Picasso in his studio and found great inspiration in what the Cubist was doing. He began studying the psychoanalytical concepts of Freud and consequently began using psychoanalytic methods of mining the subconscious to generate imagery. His first serious work of this style was Apparatus in Hand of 1927.
Dali was known for having an extraordinary ego. He truly believed he was destined to be the greatest artist who ever lived.
In 1929, Dali met the French Surrealist poet Paul Eluard and his wife Gala. Soon after this original meeting, Dali moved to Paris and was invited by André Breton to join the Surrealists for the next several years.
He also collapsed in this kind of sadness and melancholy of the other kind of modern school.
I see. So that really you feel that surrealism, having started when you were with it as very gay, has now sunk into melancholy and despair, and that you alone remain as a true representative of it.
Absolutely.
Back here live in our studios in Atlanta. Welcome back, everybody. And once again, congratulations to all of our successful bidders. We are very happy for you indeed. You must stay tuned because Lisa has just walked into the building. Everybody is thrilled and you are going to love her. I had the privilege, I had the honor of being able to meet her a little bit earlier. We had a quick interview and she is, besides being a wordsmith and tremendously articulate, she is truly a fascinating and accomplished artist. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But for now, before we hand it over to Lisa, we are going to be ending this section of the auction with this Salvador Dali. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it came to Dali's, let's say, exuberance, not only as a human being, but as an artist, I want to tell you a story, in fact, a quotation. He once said, he was asked a question about being a madman, believe it or not, because some people seriously thought he was mad. And he says, and I quote, "The difference between me and a madman is that I am not mad." And then he went on and blindfolded himself. He took a blank canvas and he signed it. But he didn't paint anything on the canvas. He then said to his friends and who was with him at the time that one day this canvas, after I'm long gone, will be worth a lot more than my paintings. We'll see about that. But ladies and gentlemen, when it came to surrealism, when it came to expressing himself, there was only one. It was only Dali. This is unmistakable Dali. This is a large work. Let's delve into it. Let's take a closer look at this stunning work of art. It's called Le Portrait de La Fontaine. This is an original dry point etching on black ink on Yves paper. It is a 1974 masterwork. It was published by Le Maître Contemporaine in France. It is a surrealist homage to the 17th century French fabulist Jean de La Fontaine. A fabulist is somebody who writes fables. And an author beloved for turning animals into moral philosophers, ladies and gentlemen. Now, in this work, Dali's interpretation, it doesn't just illustrate, it hallucinates. La Fontaine's visage here is transformed. His face is transformed. Look at that. The artist scratches directly into the metal plate with a sharp needle, creating burrs by using the dry point that trap ink and yield velvety rich lines. So this gives this work a textured, almost like a hand-drawn quality to it that I find is fascinating, which means you're collecting. This is not just an image. It's the residue of Dali's hand in motion. Just think about that for 1 second. And technique matters because dry point is among the most intimate and challenging of printmaking methods. Why? Well, ladies and gentlemen, because the artist needs to use what is called a dry point needle. It's typically done on copper plate, and a dry point needle looks like this. It has a V shape, and it is very, very sharp. Now, as a result of that, it digs deeper than a stylus. And what you get, what the artist is looking for, it's what's called a burr, B-U-R-R. That is the residue copper that sits on either side of the incised lines in the form of an intaglio, because there's three forms of creating graphic media. There's reliefs that are done above the plate, such as in a woodcut. There's planography, lithography on a flat surface, and then there are the intaglios, such as the etching, such as the engraving, and the dry point. Now, because of the dry point needle, and the fact that the burr is very, very fragile, it is said that a maximum of about 20 impressions can be made before the burr becomes dilapidated by the tremendous pressure that is exerted upon the plate during the creation of that impression. So it is a very, very sensitive form of creation. And Dali not only did it, but he mastered it. What makes this even more valuable, this is hand-signed. That's right, this is a hand-signed and numbered Dali. But let's not forget for a second of the humor. Because Dali injects subtle visual jokes here, what I love. La Fontaine appears wise, right? Look at him. He's very pumped. He's very wise. Bewildered and somehow slightly amphibian as he's just emerged from one of his own fables. And the fact is, this artwork isn't just high culture, this is also high entertainment, because it decorates your walls, and this will totally delight your dinner guests. The fact is that Dali's works from his literary cycle, including the Divine Comedy and the Biblia Sacra, have toured the world's leading institutions, from the Louvre to the Museum of Modern Art, to the Centre Pompidou, to the Tate Modern. And La Fontaine Suite is featured in European museum retrospectives for its fusion of surrealism and classical French literature. I was trying to find, these are hard to find. That's why I couldn't find too many online, but let's go to my screen. From the same suite, I was able to find this. From the famed suite, Le Bestiaire de La Fontaine d'Alénisée, from La Fontaine's Bestiaire d'Alénisée, with buyer's premium 18,750, ladies and gentlemen, from the same suite. Let's go back to the work of art. So, Dali remains a heavyweight in the international art market. His prints continue to command and outperform. They're constantly outperforming their estimates in Christie's, Sotheby's, and Phillips auctions. The signed, the limited edition etchings, the ones that you're looking at, the one you're looking at here, is increasingly sought after by collectors. Why? Because they're searching for the high impact visual appeal, combined with storied literary ties. And in fact, Dali said, and I quote, "A true artist is not one who is inspired, but one who inspires other." And what better way, my friends, to inspire than through an etching that blends fantasy, history, and humor with such masterful control. Richard, back to you.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, it's come, in fact, very lucky, because Tony found this in the vault the other day, entered it for, as our final piece of the night. John, this is in effect, because we do have the special event with Lisa Mee starting in around 10 minutes, under 10 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. So this is in effect our usual end of show piece. However, the next 2 hours are devoted to Lisa Mee, and rightly so. She hasn't been here for 4 years, and it's an honor to have her back here. So that's all coming in 10 minutes, but right now, looks like bidding's underway. John, we have one bid and one bid only. Who is the bidder? California. Thank you, California, for dipping your toes in first. Here we go, lot 209, ladies and gentlemen, Salvador Dali, born in 1904, he died in 1989, Le Portrait de La Fontaine, from La Bestiaire de La Fontaine d'Alénisée, catalogue reference by Albert Field, original dry point etching in black ink on Arches paper, hand signed. Do you know who it's hand signed by? Richard England. Salvador Dali. Numbered by the artist in the lower margin. Example 170 of only 250 that were published by Le Maître Contemporain Robert Murray Agay in 1974. When did Dali die? 15 years later in 1989. California, you're a very, very, very good judge. Have a look at this. This, I've got to tell you, the frame on this, Leif, nearly $2,000 because I know I've seen the framing bill. It is horrendous. Ladies and gentlemen, we must find a new framer. 37, no, I'm joking, he does a fantastic job, but it's not cheap, ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you. 37 wide. Don't forget, you're not paying for the framing. The framing is included on all the artwork here. 37 by 43, but look at the depth of this. Just there. That is 2.5 inch depth of frame there. The quality of that, I mean, Lisa Mee, I see you in the corner there, looking lovely, but framing is horrendously expensive these days. I can't imagine what it's like in New York. Don't ask. Yeah, don't ask. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to sell this. This is, in effect, our normal final piece of the night before the main event, with Lisa Mee coming up in just a few minutes. Hand sign. Look at the signature on this. I don't normally measure signatures, but I'm just interested. That is a 6-inch authenticated signature of Salvador Dali, limited edition number 170 from 1974. Leif, it's over to you, sir. 2 minutes, then the hammer comes down. We're only at 1100.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are a couple of things I think you must consider when it comes to making such a savvy acquisition as this opportunity that you have at hand. So number one, you are dealing with an original dry point etching that is hand signed by Dali, which means you own an intimate, a direct connection to the artist's creative process. It's also part of a celebrated Le Bestiaire de La Fontaine Dalinisé suite, which means literary prestige meets surrealist mastery in one captivating piece. Imagine that. Published by Robert Murray in France in 1972, which means authentic provenance, historical significance. The imagery, striking, with symbolic and humorous undertones, which means your collection gains both sophistication and whimsy. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very small edition, which means exclusivity, long-term value, museum quality craftsmanship. So it comes to this. You have a choice. The next time you might see this might be in the Dali Museum. The next time you see this, you might be paying the entrance to go into a museum just to have the privilege, just to have the honor to collect this. So my question to you is this, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that Dali passed away in 1989. There is no more supply. There are countless museums, art galleries being built around the world right now as we speak. In fact, the Louvre Abu Dhabi, the government of Abu Dhabi, paid the Louvre Museum in Paris. Richard, I don't know if you know this, but the Louvre Abu Dhabi paid the Louvre in Paris $1 billion to license the name Louvre. $1 billion. It carries a heavy weight. When you are dealing with these monumental institutions around the world that can hang anything they want, you could ask pretty much any museum curator, if you have a modern art museum, should you have a Dali there? It would not be modern without the Dali, ladies and gentlemen. That's why in pretty much every modern art museum on the planet, you will have in their permanent collection works by Dali. In fact, let's talk about this. If you are collecting for beauty, if you're collecting for history, this work checks every box. Le Portrait de La Fontaine, this is Dali's way of tipping his surrealist crown to one of France's greatest writers. It's a print that whispers wit. It glimmers as well, ladies and gentlemen, with technical mastery and glows with cultural legacy. So if you're waiting for a sign, Richard, if whoever's watching us right now is waiting for that one sign to elevate their collection, this is the sign right now. This is what you want to collect.
I have seen a sign, and the sign comes from California at 2,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I am selling at 2,000 with California. Last call at 2,000 bid, at 2 bid, 2,000 with California, at 2, got a bit of 2, at 2, at 2, at 2,000, hand signed and catalogue referenced. Authentic from 1974. Last chance. Last call. I'm selling now. 2,000 with Andrew's bidder. From California then. 2,000 bid. 2,000 only. 2,000. Darren, are you in or not? No, thank you. At 2,000 bid. 2,000, last chance, last call. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're near that time. You've got a minute left. I'm going to give 30 seconds of it to my learned colleague, Leif. Leif, what do you think? 2,000, I think it should be over 20, probably closer 22 to 24,000 for this hand sign piece. Last chance with you. 30 seconds, America. Then it's under the hammer.
I agree, Richard. You know, when I was living in New York City, I used to readily go to Christie's, Sotheby's, Phillips auctions, and when these came up, these were picked up very, very quickly. Why? Well, he is one of the fathers of surrealism. He's one of the artists of shock and awe who was able to create shock and awe within the timeline of 20th century European art. And because of that, and because of his prowess and his feverish passion, not only as an individual, but also as an artist, ladies and gentlemen, he had this je ne sais quoi about him. He had that intrinsic knack to be able to showcase such a frivolous level of not only innovation, but also this surrealist mastery that he embodied still lives on today and still inspires artists today, Richard.
Thank you, Leif. Beautifully said, as usual. 2,000 bid with Andrew's bidder from the great state of California. At 2, got a bit of 2, at 2, at 2, and I'm selling. Last chance, last call, America. At 2,000 bid. At 2, got a bit of 2, it is with California. All the way then. At 2,000 bid, another one off anyone. At 2, got a bit of 2, I'm bid, I sell. At 2,000 and selling now. At 2,000, what an honor to actually have this piece in the auction, hand signed by my favorite artist. I'm absolutely in love with this work of art, ladies and gentlemen. It's got all the Gaufrage marks on the piece, as you'd expect. Any top collector would understand that, ladies and gentlemen. You've been taught it over the years by Ray, by Leif, by Mitch, and all our other wonderful art experts. But that is the key. Zoom in on that signature. I just want to tell you one final thing. Have a look at that signature. That signature, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to show you the catalogue, the certificate. This piece of paper with that signature, very valuable. This piece of paper with that paper, extremely valuable. Why? Because of that one word there, Field, Albert Field, the world's leading authority on this medium, the graphic work of Dali. If it hasn't got his name on it, and you see something on the internet, my advice as a friend and a collector myself, leave it alone, steer clear of it. If it doesn't say Albert Field on the documentation, be very wary. Buyer beware. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going now. 2,000 bid. 2,000. Anyone else, yes or no? You've got to be quick. I see you on the phone. But if you don't bid, you don't buy. It's going to sell at 2,000 bid. This should be selling closer to 10,000 easily here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm selling it. It's about to go. It's now or never, my dear. Now or never. Are you bidding? 2,000 it goes with California. Once, twice. You got it. Well done. They held out. There were people on the phone, but they didn't pull the trigger, as they say. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we move on with the show. And it is now the main event, ladies and gentlemen. We've been waiting 4 years for this moment, and I cannot tell you how excited, how delighted all the team are to have this lovely lady in the building, but not only a lovely lady, an incredible artist, and I think, without a doubt, our top living artist in our portfolio. We're very, very lucky, ladies and gentlemen, to have in the studio right now Lisa Mee, and here is a very quick video, then she's live on stage.
Meet Lisa Mee, a visionary artist who transforms fragments of the world into radiant works of art. Her canvases shimmer with colour, texture and spirit, as if light itself were woven through the paint, drawing inspiration from stained glass, nature and the stories we leave behind. Lisa blends recycled papers, gold leaf and rich pigments into layered expressions of hope, healing and beauty.
I found solace in my art, though. I mean, whenever I was stressed out, I still do that to this day. It's a transcendent form of meditation for me. I go into probably an unconscious deep breathing, actually. I actually notice it now, though, more than ever. And my hand is involved in every step of the way.
See Lisa Mee live in studio.
Hi, everybody. It's artist Lisa Mee. I'm really super excited to be returning to Atlanta for a live appearance on the Fine Art Auction channel this coming May 17th and 18th. I hope you'll join me. I'm featuring never-before-seen paintings, 2 of which are the largest scale paintings I've ever shown on the show, a figure and a landscape of a walk that I used to take with my beloved late husband, Wayne Ensrud. Other paintings include my signature sunflowers, an homage to Klimt, and a vision of Marilyn Monroe. So I hope you'll join me, and I'll see you on the Fine Art Auction channel.
Only on the Fine Art Auction. Save the date.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting 4 years for this moment, and here she is, Lisa Mee! How are you?
Hello, Richard.
How lovely to see you.
Oh, I am
4 years,
elated.
can you believe it?
I can't. I cannot.
Where's the time gone, my dear?
I know, it just flies, but I'm so happy to be back on the show. I'm absolutely over the moon. Thank you so much to everybody here at AVC, the Fine Art Auction channel. Yourself, Richard, of course, Ray, the whole team, John, Tony, Life, my new friend, and everybody, the fabulous team on the phones and the production. I just wanted to give everybody a shout out because it really takes a world to put together this show.
Certainly does, but you know, we would be nowhere without our artists. And you are, without doubt, I would say, our favourite. You know, you've been with the show a long, long time, and as Ray would tell, you know, his friends and collectors, you know, the show's been going actually 19 years next month.
Wow.
Big celebration.
Fantastic.
But you know, we look at your early works and how they've evolved, all the, you know, the literature and the books, and your style has certainly changed in recent years, and it's evolved to what we have today. And I'm not saying this as a sales ploy or anything like that, but I mean it with my hand on my heart. You just keep surprising me. Every time I see something new, you know, a little addition that you've done, something you've come up with. And I know that you've recently just arrived back from a magnificent trip.
Yes.
And maybe I can get you to impart to the audience what you've been up to, where you've traveled, and hopefully you had a great time with your family as well.
I did. I certainly did, Richard.
Okay, well, let's let Lisa tell you what she's been up to, and thank you very much. Here we go.
Thank you so much, Richard. I'm so happy you're back on the show. Yes, I have just came back from Japan. I was there for the cherry blossom season with my family, and it was an amazing, magical time. And so here on the show, you're going to be seeing new works from me featuring those scenes. But for all of those who may know my works, and for those of you who don't, you know that I don't paint realistic photographs on canvas. That's just not what I do. I like to bring out the life force that I witness in the natural world. And this canvas probably is another example of that. So basically, we're looking at an intensely colored still life. Aside from that, though, the underlying structure of all great art in history is unity and harmony. And that's what I try to do in each of my paintings. It's often composed of, you'll notice, metallics, collage papers, and all of this is seamlessly integrated into the canvas surface like a tapestry. So while I was in Japan, I had the honor and privilege to visit the Morita Washi Paper Company in Kyoto, which is 100 years old. I showed them some of my artwork examples, and they were all floored. They were very honored that I came to their shop because I bought up a storm, and you'll be seeing those handmade papers coming to the auction in my new paintings of the cherry blossoms and other Asian-themed artworks. So what I love to do is I love to play as, you know, children do. It's a natural inclination. That's why my paintings don't look heavy or weighted. I try to produce them with pure colors, not muddying the water, so to speak. As Richard picked up, I have evolved over the years because, like any orchestra would, I try to add to my orchestra. I don't try to limit myself. I'm always challenging myself in my artworks to push myself forward and really create, as Socrates called, the shock of delight, which he believed in when you looked at beautiful works of art, because it echoes not just the order of the painting, of harmony, but it also echoes within us a sense of uplift and balance. You know, it's kind of like when you look at the stained glass windows of Notre Dame, you don't just sit under them and think, well, gee, I wonder what each of those little panels mean. No, you sit there and you feel the radiant, luminous energy that pours forth from those stained glass windows. And ultimately, that is the goal that I wish to achieve in my own paintings as well. So when I ask people to look at my work, I ask them to just slow down because there's a lot going on. And often I'll just tell them to just, hey, you know what, just follow, take a color, take a line. Like for instance, take this blue line, right? It divides the painting in half, you'll see. So this creates the table line. If you took that away, you would have a near abstract painting because the delineation, doesn't come forward. It's all of these little visual tricks and, you know, that I've learned, of course, through my husband, my greatest mentor, Wayne Ensford. He taught me to integrate forms with clean, clear lines, not to muddy the waters too much, because otherwise the image gets lost, the harmony doesn't radiate with luminosity. And this was a real challenging painting because you have the expansion of the table. It bleeds off the canvas surface. So it gives a sense of expansive energy rather than a contracted, focused energy. And that's really the purpose of my work very often, is to create that and replicate a vital life force that shimmers. And like Richard showed before when he maneuvered the painting around, the light catches the edges and contours so that you can see the glimmering sheen, especially of the metallics. Thank you.
I've actually become an expert at this, Lisa. Did you
know? My goodness, no wonder you're
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, look. As I say, it's like a stained glass window on canvas. Beautiful. and unique to you. I don't know any other artist that does this. You know, because with stained glass windows, which obviously we just had a beautiful Chagall. He was famous for his stained glass windows. And I just think that you've managed to do that on canvas with the use of the gold and the silver. And something interesting that Lisa told me about your trip to Japan is that you've managed to find some things that you cannot acquire over here in the West.
Yes.
And they're legal?
They are legal.
Okay, good. I'll let Lisa tell you about them.
So, fortunately for me, while I was in Japan, I was taken to one of the largest art supply department stores in the entire world, which was 10 floors. So I pretty much stocked up for the next few years, but within Japanese-made paints, there is a richer pigment and colors that are very impossible to find in the United States. So coming in the next phases of my work here on the auction, you're going to see much more saturated colors, not as fluorescent, but really more jewel-toned, as you know, all I can think of how to describe them. It's really difficult because the human eye actually detects thousands, hundreds of thousands more colors than a camera lens does. And so it's difficult for you at home to see these changes in the coloring just by looking at a screen, because when you take it home, you'll see the effects of the contrast that is felt and sensed throughout the composition.
Well, thank you very much, Lisa. And I do know that this one is called Vermilion Red Still Life. What we like to do is show everyone your beautiful handwriting there, Vermilion Red Still Life with cobalt blue accent. 2025, Lisa Mee. Now, obviously, ladies and gentlemen, the clever thing to do is to record this show, because what you're getting is the absolute best provenance you can possibly get. You've got the artist here live talking about the painting, and this one in particular. So, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful provenance. Now, Lisa, could I borrow you just for a second? Were you able to take a photograph of yourself with the piece?
Yes, I do have photographs of myself with all the paintings.
Would you mind this evening, as you're here, I've set you up a beautiful table over there, you may have noticed, and a pen, and some beautiful gold leaf certificates. Would you mind doing a personal dedication to whoever the top bidder is on the original paintings?
Absolutely, it'd be my pleasure.
Okay, so you're going to get a personal dedication, you're going to get a copy of the photograph of Lisa with the painting in her studio in New York City, and ladies and gentlemen, you can also, you know, record the show. So that is what you call provenance. Lisa, we're going to focus on the artwork now. So, and I'll take it over to the certificate of authenticity. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. Well done. Thank you very much, Lisa. There we go. Right, ladies and gentlemen, here's your certificate of authenticity. What's the bidding at the moment? John, 1,400, I see. Thank you very much. So here we go. Lisa Mee, original mixed media painting on canvas, signed Vermilion Red Still Life with cobalt blue accents. From 2025, a brand new work, the latest work from Lisa Mee. She saved these especially for the live appearance here this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Vermilion Red Still Life with cobalt blue accents. Original mixed media painting on canvas, signed by Lisa Mee on the lower left. It is a unique work. It was executed by Lisa in her New York studio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you've got a 2-minute clock, and it's over to my good friend Leif. Leif, what are your thoughts on this amazing opportunity?
You know what, Lisa, you have astounded me with this work of art. I think it's absolutely riveting. And the fact of the matter is that it's almost like a story. It almost reads like a color story, if you will, because bold, warm, it's emotionally charged. That vermilion forms the background, obviously, imbues this work with heat. There's depth, there's courage, even, I see, within this work of art. And then you look at that cobalt blue, which is stunning. Cool, it's very assertive and balancing, and I think that was done on purpose because it adds intrigue. It adds structural punctuation, Lisa, which I love about it. Just like a jazz solo weaving through a firestorm, if you will, the cobalt accents draw your eye across the canvas with surprising grace. And I do know, having spoken with Lisa this afternoon, that she loves jazz and Brazilian bossa nova, which we share in common. Now, her mixed media technique combines acrylic paint, collage elements, subtle texture overlays, which means every square inch has visual interest and tactile resonance. Light, if you notice, it bounces differently across the surface depending on the material, which means this piece changes. It evolves throughout the day. It is never, ever static, and it is completely alive. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject matter, which I love as well, that's still life. Of course, it is traditional, but the execution, Lisa, it's like pure modern poetry. That's all I got to say. And the fact is, the stripes, look at the forms, that layering that she's done, it creates a sense of organized chaos, which means it feels like a carefully controlled explosion of artistic energy. And the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, you're not just seeing objects, you're seeing energy that has been suspended in form. And for you, the benefit is clear. This work will elevate any space. It feels luxurious, it feels sophisticated and modern, all at the same time. And whether in a home, a gallery wall, or corporate setting, it radiates confidence and creative power. Richard, it truly is a modern masterpiece. Back to you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and we got a beautiful, beautiful surprise for you. The artist has spent an immense amount of time, 2,000, I just heard, thank you, Kim. The artist has spent an immense amount of time creating. Let's focus on this beautiful piece, if we may. We're going to include this as a gift to you. Now, there are only 2 of these in the entire world. Correct, John? Only 2 in the entire world. Correct. The printer's proof. It is hand-signed, and we are giving you one of the printer's proofs. Now, normally these are reserved for, VIP clients in the galleries, but we managed to get one of them, and we have the Lisa Mee hand-signed work. But Lisa, I would never touch your work of art with that side of my hand, but just running over the piece, if you wouldn't mind just for a second, just to tell us a little bit about your procedure. And I do know that people were watching you do this. I believe we got something on film, hopefully we'll be able to show it in the future, of how you spend so much time. If I was your manager, you know what I'd be telling you? I'd say, you're doing too much on these, you're hand embellishing too much because you're narrowing the gap between the original and a print. So it's making it so close, but ladies and gentlemen, it's to your benefit. And Lisa, just tell us exactly what lengths you go to hand embellish a rare article like this.
Well, I don't hold back easily. That's all I can say. Once I get started on any, even when I'm just doing hand embellishments, it's very difficult for me to stop. So it's like telling, Miles Davis to hold it down with his trumpet. I try to get into a rhythm and a flow with the movement. I engage and I kind of revisit the painting all over again. So it's a real pleasure for me, actually, to embellish these beautiful, these are actually canvas prints. They're not on paper, on archival canvas, that is. And they did a beautiful, beautiful printing job. It's actually just about as close to the original as you can get. And the metallic paints are similar to the ones I used in the original. So you have the combination and the best of both worlds in this reproduction.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what I can tell you, there's only 2 of these printers' proofs in the world. We're lucky enough to have one of them. It's coming as a gift. There's no numbering on it. It's just PP. That's the annotation in the art world. The printer's proof. Lisa, thank you so much for doing that. I know everyone's so impressed with the amount of work you put into these, so thank you very much.
Very welcome.
Okay, Lisa, again, will be doing a dedication to the top bidder for this amazing original package. You're getting the rare printer's proof with the fantastic original painting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's on sale and with you. 26 is bid. And Leif, I'm going to give literally 1 minute for the viewers with you. Your final thoughts on this before I drop the hammer.
Very much. I'd like to go to my screen, please, just to give you an idea of how successful Lisa is in the international market. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we have some idea of prices. You are bidding on an original mixed media. Right here you have an original mixed media. You can see the prices, $50,400. Here's another one, a Lisa original acrylic painting, $47,000. Original mixed media, $49,000. These are the prices she commands. There we go, $47,000, $47,000. $50,000. Ladies and gentlemen, understand, let's go back to the work of art, the opportunity that you have been given at hand. When was the last time you got to see a world-renowned artist who's not only going to dedicate to the winner, whoever is the winning bidder on this, but you're getting a work of art to complement that? I think that's very generous indeed, because I dare say the hand-embellished works that are done on canvas are more than what you're paying right now for what we have on screen, ladies and gentlemen. So take absolute advantage of that. This really is an impeccable opportunity that everybody should seriously consider. And here's the thing. When it comes to Lisa's work, she's like an alchemist to me, because she's been able to imbue a level of heightened sensitivity that I only think a true modern master is able to encompass in their works of art. Richard, back to you.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's on sale and with you. 3,000 is bid. 3,000, it's with Kim's bidder from Pennsylvania. 3,000 on the entire package there. Remember, there are only 2 printers proofs in the world, and you've got the deluxe print on canvas. Just the print would sell well over $4,000. In other words, you're getting the original. Leif, did you have prices of the originals in New York, what they're making today, so people can make a final informed decision before I drop the hammer on the first one? Kim, you're in the lead at 3,000. 3,000, anyone else, yes or no? 3,000, anyone else? Over to Leif very quickly. You got 15 seconds. Have a look at the prices in New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's go back to my screen. I want to show you some of these images, some of these price points. $50,000, $47,250, $42,000. Here's another $50,000, $47,250, $49,350. These are original mixed medias. This is what you are bidding on. This is apples to apples. You're bidding on an original mixed media, ladies and gentlemen. And I love all of her work. I love her color. I think it's absolutely ravishing. And the thing is, that vermilion red with that cobalt blue accents is really, really stunning. Richard, back to you.
Well, you know, actually, I don't know if you know this, Lisa, but when I was very young, I auctioned classic cars. I think we had a conversation about it. But there was a Bentley motor car, and do you know what color Bentley used? Vermilion. Yeah, it was called the Bentley Turbo R. It's now a modern day classic. But the color of the car was actually called vermilion, so Bentley used that color that you've used. So it's obviously a very famous French color, that rich red, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And actually, Titian used it a lot. When I went to see his works in Venice, I would see that deep, rich vermilion, and that's when they used to grind the actual gemstones down and mix it with, you know, oils and plaster and put them into the murals themselves. And now we have technology to kind of replicate that, but I love that opulent, elegant effect.
Yeah, well, that's why Bentley is it.
That's right. Good company.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Thank you, Lisa. I'm about to sell it. 33 is bid. Georgia, 33. At 33, get it at 3, at 3, at 3, at 33 now. At 33, another one off anyone at 33. I had Georgia on my mind. Did you know that? At 33, and they're selling. What a song that was. Ray Charles, what a performer. At 33, get it at 3, 3, it goes once, twice. Sold to Georgia! Now, Georgia, don't forget, please talk to your wonderful phone team member. Let them know Lisa's going to do a personal dedication for you. Don't forget, you're getting the photo of the painting with Lisa in her New York studio. All of that is added provenance for you. We're not going to write on the paintings because, not that that would devalue it, I think it would add value, but typically we don't like to write on the back of a canvas, so we've done it on beautiful certificate paper for you, and it will be included, and you can frame it, you can put it on the back of the painting, you do what you like with it, but it's all added provenance for you. Okay, John, now we had the printer's proof. We're very, very lucky now, ladies and gentlemen, the same piece, but we have the artist proof number 1. Wow. Now, Lisa has only done 5 of these for the entire world. They're very exclusive. Lisa Mee, artist proof number 1 of 5. You are bidding on the artist proof number 1 of only 5 in the world. Vermilion red still life with cobalt blue accents. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put a 2-minute clock on this one, and we're going to sell it to the highest bidder. I don't want to get behind with the time too much, so get bidding on it now. Leif, I'm going to do the certificate of authenticity very, very quickly. Have I got the right certificate here? Okay, here we go. Vermilion red still life with cobalt blue accents, archival pigment print with hand painting. You got less than 2 minutes. I'm going to sell it to the highest bidder. You're bidding on artist proof number 1 in the world of only 5. She's only done 5 for the entire world. Lejean, archival pigment print with hand painting on canvas, signed by the artist. Get on the phone now. It will sell to the highest bidder in the next 90 seconds. Number 1 of only 5 artist proofs. Leif, what do you think of that? Over to you.
Well, I think it's extremely, not only in terms of its aesthetic, it has a very visceral pulse to it that seeps through, let's say, any conditioned mind, because she obviously is not hinging on any form of objectivity except for the flowers that we see. So I think the work of art is brimming with a level of innovation. She's clearly not an imitator, she is an innovator. And I think that's what's extremely important about Lisa's oeuvre and her body of work in general. And the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to think about this. Let me take it down a notch and just give you this as an example. We all, as human beings, we have good days, we have bad days, right? I want you to just imagine, after one of those more trying days that we may have, when you walk into your home, this is the kind of work of art that turns a house to a home. When you open up that door and you see this work of art, not looking at you, but gawking truly into your soul, all of that, the day's worries, all of that melancholy will just melt away. This is the kind of work that does that. And I think that's testament to her ability to create from the ether, so to speak. In other words, it's not preconceived, it's not preconditioned. So as a result of that, it combines an inherent level of creative mastery. And no wonder she's become so celebrated around the world. And the fact of the matter is as well, ladies and gentlemen, that her works of art, and I would love to ask Lisa about this later. Maybe she can nod as I say this, but I do believe in the Korean embassy in Washington, D.C., you have some of your works displayed, correct?
Do.
Okay, so the Korean embassy, ladies and gentlemen, after all, Lisa Mee is half Korean, half Irish. I was chatting with her a little earlier on today, and I was really mesmerized by what a rich cultural background she has and her interest as well in Gustav Klimt, which we're going to talk about shortly, since there's one of these works that we are going to bring up. So it is a style, and I have to say this with the utmost sincerity, is that it's very hard to replicate what Lisa does. And I think and believe that the level of innovation and ingenuity speaks volumes about that almost spiritual, intentional quality that is embedded within that work of art, because it really almost sets you free when you look at it. It's not confined. It's not static. And that's that classical battle that's existed in the world of art, is stasis versus non-stasis. And if you look at people like Pierre Mondrian, he was a protagonist of trying to talk about stasis versus non-stasis. So what Lisa is doing with her works of art. And what she's doing with this work in particular is that she is setting you free, ladies and gentlemen. This work of art sets you free. It crushes any preconceived forms of conditioning, any kind of societal misgivings or societal doctrines are just completely washed away by its beauty, by the ability to create an amalgamation that is so complex, yet at the same time, it's just so easy to look at. And I think from that perspective, it's the kind of work of art that would fit in any home, because it has that ability by virtue of its colors, by virtue of its sophistication, by virtue of also the way in which she creates her lines and colors to be able to move any one of us. Richard, back to you.
Well said. Thank you very much. Sounds and bid. 1 got a bit of 1 with Michael, 11 with Karen, 11 artist proof number 1. Now, Lisa, would you mind doing a dedication on artist proof number 1?
Of course, I'd be
She
delighted.
said, of course. Thank you so much, Lisa. 11 is bid. She's going to do a personal dedication on it. 11 is bid with Karen now. At 11 bid, 1100 bid. At 11 got a bid of 11 is bid. 1100. Is there anyone else? Last chance, last call. At 1100 on the artist proof number 1 of only 5 in the world. At 1100 is bid. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. No buyer's premium. No buyer's premium, John. No buyer's premium. 1100, and because I'm going to inform you in a second what else is available. 1100 is bid. 11 got a bid of 11. It is with Karen's bidder. 11, you just saved yourself $110. Well done, Karen. It's yours then. It goes once at 1100, going twice at 1100. We got to move on very quickly. Sold and gone 1100. No buyer's premium. The reason, there were 5 in the world and we got 3 of them. We got artist proof number 1. There are 2 others available. First person to call in. 2 people, by the way. So well done, Karen. You got that at 1100. No buyer's premium. I'm going to bring it under 1,000. I'm going to bring it under 900. I'm going to bring it under 700. Get on the phone very, very quickly. I'm going to play a 1-minute video. I'm about to release the price. There are only 2 available. No buyer's premium. Get on the phone if you want to find out the price. Here we go. Quick video.
Meet Lisa Mee, a visionary artist who transforms fragments of the world into radiant works of art. Her canvases shimmer with color, texture, and spirit, as if light itself were woven through the paint.
Super excited to be returning to Atlanta for a live appearance on the Fine Art Auction channel this coming May 17th and 18th. I hope you'll join me. I'm featuring never-before-seen paintings, 2 of which are the largest scale paintings I've ever shown on the show, a figure and a landscape of a walk that I used to take with my beloved late husband, Wayne Ensard. Other paintings include my signature sunflowers, an homage to Klimt, and a vision of Marilyn Monroe. So I hope you'll join me, and I'll see you on the Fine Art Auction channel.
Only on the Fine Art Auction. Save the date.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, no buyer's premium. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring it under 11, under 1,000, under 7. I've just released the price. You ready? You should be happy with this. $475. No buyer's premium on canvas. We got 2 available. Get on the phone now. $475. I think that's very, very fair for you. I don't know the numbers. It's either 2, 3, 4, or 5. 2, 3, 4, or 5. There are only 2 available. Get on the phone. Ladies and gentlemen, your chance, your opportunity. 475. Here's Leif.
So much, Richard. And you know, when we're looking at these works, I was just talking a little bit about that stasis versus non-stasis. It's so refreshing to me, having studied art history, having been in the world of art, you know, for now close to 30 years, to see a modern artist who has really developed her own style that doesn't fall into any ism. And in fact, I asked Lisa this afternoon when we were speaking about Gustav Klimt, because Gustav Klimt was a powerful symbolist. I asked her, is there any symbolism that's involved in your works of art? And that's not necessarily the case. So she remains very fresh in terms of her innovative quality. And innovation is so key, because it's typically, when we look at the world, innovation oftentimes starts first in the world of art, because that's where we're free to express ourselves unconditionally. And then later on, different aspects of facets of society will pick up where the artists start. So the artists, and especially Lisa, is a true alchemist when it comes to creating that wonderful juxtaposition, not only of colors, but being able, especially Lisa, when you spoke about the line, that blue line in that last work of art, I wasn't really paying attention to that in the beginning, but once you said it, I could totally see what you are saying. And I think that's in many ways, it speaks volumes about the balance, the inherent balance that is found within the composition. So that's what makes it so easy on the eyes, and that's the beautiful thing. You don't have to understand anything about art to be able to appreciate what Lisa is trying to do with her artwork. And I think that's something that anybody watching right now, if you're a seasoned collector, if you're a veteran collector, if you're just starting to collect art for the first time, this is probably one of the best forms of art, one of the best artists you could start collecting. Richard?
Well, it's the nearest we can possibly get you to an original painting, ladies and gentlemen. It's hand embellished. Lisa has gone overboard, quite literally, to create these. There are only 5 in the world. Number 1 just went for 1,100. I thought, you know what, these two should go in like a matter of 15 to 20 seconds. There's one available, 475, one's gone, one available. Last chance now, John, get ready to move on. Get ready to move on. There's one available if you want it. Kim, whoever calls in next, 475 on the artist proof. And John, let's bring in the next work of art. Let's get moving. We have to move on, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want to get behind, because we have the largest painting ever to come to auction. It's my honor as an auctioneer to offer the largest painting ever by Lisa Mee on the show live tonight. So, our next work of art. Now, here's a subject that Lisa holds very, very dear to her heart. And I'm going to invite Lisa to the stage now to talk about Homage to Klimt's Sleeping Figures. Lisa, what an incredible work of art. And we were talking earlier about your mentor in life, and also the connection with Gustav Klimt, etc. Perhaps you can impart about this painting and the special meaning to you. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Richard. So my late husband, Wayne Ensrud, was mentored by Oskar Kokoschka, and many of you may not know that name. It's not exactly a household name in the United States, but if you go to Europe and you say the name Kokoschka to anybody, that's like saying Picasso. He's considered one of the greatest artists of the 20th century. Kokoschka was mentored by Gustav Klimt. He was actually Klimt's star student. The other star student was Egon Schiele. So I always found it ironic that I met Wayne because I had always been enamored with Klimt's artworks. He captures the female forms so effortlessly and with such flair, and he merges the inner and outer worlds with mystery and intrigue, which I always found fascinating, even as a child. I mean, I didn't see anything past the sensuality, but just the aesthetics. They were so ornately interwoven into this incredibly complicated compositions. So in challenging myself for this show in particular, I wanted to give my husband a nod, Kokoschka a nod, and Klimt, of course, a nod, by doing this painting of sleeping figures. So it essentially is a grouping of women who are all intermingled, and I know that Klimt was also heavily inspired by Asian artworks. And so you will see different forms, like these circles in here, that echo into the early Japanese ukiyo prints, that Klimt, I know, collected extensively. So in taking all of that, as Leif pointed out earlier, my paintings aren't necessarily symbolic. I think of them more in terms of having an ebb and flow of mood and energy. And this radiates out into the atmosphere to offer an intrigue, I think, especially in this particular canvas. I feel like the intermingling of forms was very tricky for me to pull off, first of all, because I wanted to use minimal lines. Klimt was a master of lines. He could take 4, 5, 6 lines and immediately create the form of a woman just by using the most simple lines. And I love that because it gives a freshness and immediacy, and it doesn't look too complicated. It reads as a whole unit rather than fragments. And of course, I use my signature metallic paints, and integrated within the metallic paints are different collaged elements such as fabrics, papers that caught my eye to add another element of exotic and opulent flair to the entire painting composition.
You are obviously a genius because you knew I'd be wearing an orange tie tonight and you put the orange on this side of the painting, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that clever? But a beautiful painting. Once again, I'm just going to show the audience, thank you, Lisa. I'm just going to show you the marvelous effects on this painting as we normally do. And once again, you are going to get a photograph of the artist in the studio with the original. Ladies and gentlemen, that's called provenance of the highest order. You're also going to get the benefit of a dedication. She has a table set up behind the cameras there for your dedication on the original. So that will be created on a certificate for you, and you can have whatever you like written on there within reason. To George and Mildred, happy anniversary, lots of love, Lisa Mee. Whatever you want to have written on there, entirely up to you. Ladies and gentlemen, the bidding is underway with the magnificent, magnificent original. John, why don't we bring in the printer's proof now? We have, again, the good fortune of having the one of only 2 printer's proofs in the world. You're getting one of them, ladies and gentlemen. There's no numbering on them. There's only 2 in the world. Again, highly, highly embellished. Lisa, I don't know if you'd like to speak a little bit more about your hand-embellished process, or anything more you'd like to mention about Gustav Klimt and the influence on this beautiful painting. The way you've executed that, absolutely fantastic. I'm just going to move them in a little V shape so you can admire both of your own works.
Thank you. Well, it was a pleasure for me to basically revisit the original through the print. I actually kind of I realize how complicated it is once I get involved with the embellishment process, and I say to myself, wow, how did I do this? So it really is a matter, when I embellish, I kind of just follow the fluidity of the forms and the lines. But in doing so, Richard, like you said, I kind of get carried away. So I can't really hold back. I love to just add and enhance to the surface. And again, the printing was impeccable. It's a gorgeous rendition, color-wise, almost right on target with the original. It's about as close to the original as you can get.
Well, as I said, if I was your manager, you'd be getting a severe telling off for doing too much work on the limited edition. But it's to everyone else's benefit. Bids currently at $2,500. Ladies and gentlemen, we will quickly focus on the certificate of authenticity for you. Let's have a quick look at that, and then I'm going to hand it over to Leif. Then Leif, perhaps you have a question for Lisa, and let's go then. Homage to Klimt's Sleeping Figures. This is the original mixed media painting on canvas, signed by the artist on the piece, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a unique work executed by me in New York. You've got less than 2 minutes now, ladies and gentlemen. $2,500. Here's Leif with Lisa, the 2 L's. The 2 L's.
Thank you so much, Lisa. And I mean, I love Gustav Klimt. I was very enamored with our conversation earlier because I'm a huge fan. The Kiss is pretty much one of my favorite paintings of all time.
Right. Rightfully so.
There is and we even spoke a little bit about Matisse, which I also love. I know you love Matisse.
Love Matisse.
What I found very confounding about him is that he was able to restrict himself with his lines. He almost had to temper himself to just keep it, not to go too much. And I think that's something that artists typically at the more mature level, who are very well versed in their oeuvre, have been able to conquer, is that whole aspect of being able to, maneuver their lines in such a way without being overzealous.
Exactly. That's well said.
And I
That's very
think
well said.
you have, I can see how much you, correct me if I'm wrong, but while in your creative process, I can see how you just want to add more and add more and add more.
Right.
How do you restrain yourself being an artist who's painted for a while now, and obviously you've reached a level of mastery, in my opinion. How do you restrain yourself?
That's an excellent question. A lot of artists, I call it, they do a lot of painting by the pound. It's really easy to slap on paint, but it's really difficult to use these lines to the greatest effect. So if you look carefully, particularly at this painting, not all the lines are the same colors. That's also a key element of my work. I used to just use a few colors here and there to contour and create these dimensional shapes, but now I feel like it adds to the orchestra. It enhances the richness of the overall flavor of the painting. But you're right, it's very difficult to restrain yourself. And my late husband, I keep speaking of, he was a master of the line, and I would study his paintings, as I still do, and he would often do drawings of my head. And he would capture my head. I have one drawing of me he did in 4 lines.
Oh, wow.
And it's me.
Wow.
It's just a continuous line. So he said to me, this is when you know you've hit it. This is when you know it. You're at your apex. And Wayne was at that time when he did that head portrait. He was in his 80s. So I look back on his early sketches, and they were very frenetic. They had a lot of, they were beautiful nevertheless, but there is an immediacy, as you said. And also there's a freshness, I feel, when you don't weigh down a work with so many details of the lines. So it's a careful teeter-totter I'm playing at all times.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt this wonderful conversation. Thank you, Leif. I'm about to sell this now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Lisa. The artist's, the printer's proof. There's only 2 of these in the world. It's coming as a gift with the original. You've got a photo of the original with Lisa in her New York studio, together with a dedication being prepared for you. So the top bidder gets this, and it will be done live in studio. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to sell. 2,500, it's with Maui now. At 25, Hawaii. At 25, get a bit of 2.5. At 25, last chance, America. You got 15 seconds with me now. At 25, 25 is bid. 25, get a bit of 2.5 bid. 2,500, anyone else? Anyone else? 25, you're getting the pair with all that provenance. Ladies and gentlemen, that is being given away at that level at 25 bid. 25 bid only. 25, and it's going with Michael's bidder all the way from Hawaii at 25. At 25, 10 seconds with me now. 25, about to sell. Last chance. Last call, 25, and it's going then at 25, at a bit of 2.5 bid. 25, 2,500 going once. 26 just in time. 26, 2,600. 26 bid. 26 only. 26, where are they from, John? 26, 26. Virginia now. 26. 28 with Michael, Hawaii. At 28, got a bit of 2.8 bid. Maui, Hawaii. At 28, what a beautiful island. I hope everyone's well there. They had a terrible fire many years ago. 29 with Jenny now. At 29, give me 3. At 29 with Jenny's bidder. 3,000 with Michael. 3,000, Maui back in the lead. At 3,000 bid. At 3, a bit of 3, at 3, at 3, at 3, at 3. 3-1 with Cleo. At 3-1. 3-1 Texas now. 31 is bid. At 32. 32 with Michael. At 32, got a bit of 3-2. 3-2 with Michael. At 32. At 32 I'm bid. Cleo, you're the last chance here. 32 with Michael then. At 32 it's a yes or no verdict. Breed 2 and I'm selling. It's now or never. 32 is bid. 33, thank you. At 33 bid. At 33, another one off anyone at 3-3. At 3-3. At 3-3. I told you my mentor was a very crazy auctioneer, Lisa. So I blame him. At 33. 33, I'm bid. 33, it goes with Cleo's bidder from Virginia, I think you said, didn't you, John? Texas. Very close to Texas, apparently. Thank you. 33 and going once. 33, the great state of Texas, going twice. Nowhere near Virginia, apparently. At 33, I'm still learning my way around Leaf. 33, going third at the final time. Sold. Thank you very much. Well done, Texas. You've got the printer's proof, you've got the original, you've got the dedication, you've got the photo. That is what you call original provenance. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the artist proof. Now, I'm not going to waste time because we've got other originals to bring in. So, this is the artist proof number 1. I'm going to start the bidding for you. $500 starts the bidding. I'm going to give you literally 1 minute. Get on the phone now. Get bidding on artist proof number 1. Printer's proof has gone with the original. Very valuable. There's only 2 of those in the world. However, Lisa Mee, artist proof number 1 of 5 in the world. You're bidding on number 1. I'm starting it to save time. I'll kick it off at only $500. I'll leave it to you. You've got 60 seconds. Over to Leif. Then I'm selling.
Thank you so much. You know, ladies and gentlemen, let's just take a moment and just breathe and step into this paradise. It is absolutely brimming. And that's why, you know, I totally get why Lisa loves Klimt and obviously Kokoschka. I mean, Kokoschka, there are elements of Kokoschka in your work, Lisa, I must say. I totally see, especially those feverish lines and that unrestrained passion that kind of, you know, is just flowers within the entire composition. It feels like the frame in which it's in is not enough to hold this work of art. It feels like it's being restrained by that frame, you know? Yeah. I would love to ask you a little bit. You know, Richard, I need to ask Lisa something because this is really getting to me here. A lot of the elements that you're using, in terms of your past, in terms of your evolution as a person, as an artist, is there any thought behind that? Like, let's say, for example, a certain color that might bring back a past memory, or is it just a spontaneous form of creation?
It's definitely spontaneous.
It's all spontaneous.
If I had to deliberate every color, it would take me years to get through a painting. So I do rely on that immediacy of my creative intuition, but that's an excellent question.
Okay.
But I do feel that the metallic paints resonate strongly within me. It's a merging of Klimt and Kokoschka. I feel particularly in this composition because there is a painting called Bride of the Wind by Kokoschka. I was looking at this and it really resonates with that painting by Kokoschka. If people want to Google that, you can take a quick look right now. And it's very similar, the rhythms, it's like this undulating wave pattern underneath. And it's the Kokoschka painting is of 2 people embracing. It's actually Kokoschka and Alma Mahler, his lover. Okay. And in this, of course, Klimt, he had many, many affairs. And so he probably captured a lot of his lovers in the composition that I paid homage to.
I love it. Thank you, Lisa.
Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. I'm selling and take another 50 off anyone, yes or no. 7 bids, 7 going to bid a 7 on the artist proof number 1 in the world. On sale with you, it's got to go. I've got to move on. Ladies and gentlemen, hand signed by Lisa Mee, hand embellished, artist proof number 1 in the world. On sale with you at 7 going to bid a 7. You got 30 seconds with me now. Last chance, last call. Artist proof number 1, 7 bid, 7 going to bid a 7, 7 bid, 7 going to bid a 7, 7 going to bid a 7, 7 got a bid of 7, 7 got a bid of 7, 7 got a bid of 7, 7, you bidding? 750, thank you, 750 bid, 750 just in time. Last chance on the artist proof, you're getting a dedication with artist proof number 1, 750 bid. At 750 and I'm selling. 750, 8 bid, 8 bid, just in time. 8 bid, 8 bid, it's going. 8 bid, 800 bid, 800 bid, 800 bid, is there another 50? 800 bid, take 50 more, yes or no? 850 bid, 850 and I'm selling. 850, anyone else? 850, 850, 850, 850, 9, 1,000, thank you, John. 1,000 bid, 1,000 bid, 1,000 on artist proof number 1. 1,000, is there 11, yes or no? Going once, I'm going to sell it. You got 5 seconds, yes or no? I see you're on the phone. If you don't bid now, you're going to lose it. 1,000 bid on the artist proof. Number 1 in the world. At only $1,000 I sell. Going once. 1,000, going twice at 1,000. So, well done, thank you very much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 available of the artist proofs. It'll either be number 2, 3, 4 or 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give you now another minute with Leif and Lisa, 475, no buyer's premium. Leif, come over here. Lisa, if you don't mind joining us, and please continue your lovely conversation, and we'll take the first 2 people to call in at 475.
Lisa, you were mentioning something a little earlier that really struck me, is that the human eye, we see how many hundreds of
thousands of colors
compared to
what's captured on a camera
through
a lens. Oh yeah, I've experimented this for many, many years, trying to find the right camera. I had a Leica even. I mean, it just doesn't capture, especially violets.
Yeah.
The violet spectrum is very difficult. The pinks, magentas, those warmer tones are very tough to capture in a camera. But that's where I have to say this printing is really special, because the color variations and the nuances, I was amazed that the technology has gotten so much better. It's not the same as the original, but it's almost, and it's just about as close to the original as you can get.
And your embellishment is very heavy.
Oh,
obviously.
yes.
I can tell.
I
It
can't
must spend
hold,
a lot of time embellishing.
It is. I just can't hold myself
back. No, I think it's
Restraint is not in my nature, so.
Perfect. Good for you.
And I love to create that opulent effect.
Sure.
I mean, I don't do anything halfway. I really go full hilt when I put anything into my own artworks.
I get it, absolutely. Now, tell me a little bit about the colors. So I'm seeing, just from a bird's eye view here, maybe 30 to 40 different colors. Color is, I mean, you obviously love color.
I do.
What is it about color that would you say is important to you? What is it about it that...
Color is energy. It is life. It is basically, like your name, it's life. So it emits a radiance. It's in the air. It's actually been measured by scientists that different colors carry across a room. Particularly, one of the strongest is red, right? That's why stop signs are in red, because you can see it from a great distance. And that is what I tried to integrate into my paintings, because if you look at heavily dominantly darker paintings, they recede, they withdraw, they pull back, and they just don't echo into an atmosphere. And the point of my artwork is to bring a joyful tone and a delight to any room where it's hanging. So why would I relegate myself to just 5 or 6 colors when I can in fact use an entire orchestration of colors to create this lush image?
I love that. You know, in a way, that makes me think of Mark Rothko, for example, when he was playing with colors and blurring the lines, especially when you stand at a distance. You know, I think what's interesting about your work, it can be enjoyed not only so close, but also from far away.
Yes, actually.
There's just something about it, you know?
Yeah, just one last thing I'll add before I step off is that is how actually Wayne trained my eye. He said once a painting is finished, to walk all the way back, and once you see it come together, It's done.
Love it. Richard,
Okay, thank you very much, Leif and Lisa. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one available. Who wants it? Who's going to be the first person to call in now? One available only. Lisa Mee, the beautiful work there. And it was her homage to Klimt's Sleeping Figures. Ladies and gentlemen, there's just one left. We've got to move on. If you want it, call in now. Kim, you're doing a fantastic job. She's on the phone. They're all on the phone. So whoever calls in next, there's one available if you want it, and it is hand embellished on canvas, the unique variation, the closest I can possibly get you to an original. Overly embellished, I must add, Lisa. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on with the show with a beautiful work of art. This is coming up as our grand finale in less than an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lisa Mee, Rose Pink Clouds. Now, Maui, you were just on the phone. Get back on the phone and don't miss this one. Rose pink clouds above Makena Beach in Maui, Hawaii. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 2025 work, brand new work. Rose pink clouds above Makena Beach in Maui. A unique work executed by Lisa in her fantastic New York studio. Lisa, if you just join me for a second, tell us all about this one. What was your inspiration? Did you travel to Maui recently?
Well, I did actually. I've been to Maui on and off for quite a few years already, and I love painting Maui. Makena Beach is actually known as Big Beach, and it's because it has these wide, expansive swaths of sandy beach nestled between black lava outcroppings, and that creates these lush tropical forms that are very otherworldly. So I do find, for me, Maui is central to it sparks a lot of imagination, it brings new visions to life for me. And the light in the Pacific, as you've traveled a lot, it's completely different compared to the East Coast, the Atlantic. So there's the Pacific, the Atlantic. There's a softness in the air. There is a translucent coloring in the sky that I never really see on the East Coast very often. The East Coast is very harsh sometimes with its color, very striking and beautiful and dramatic. But there was one time I was at Makena, and it's probably one of the lesser known beaches. And I go there because of that reason, because there's not swarming with people, and I can really get immersed in the atmosphere. And one day I saw these pink clouds. They were just floating like these. I said, is that really real? And it just kind of locked into my head. And that's how things strike me. It's an immediate effect. And that's how I bring another kind of reality to life. I don't want to just paint, like I said, a photograph. It'd be easy for me just to whip out my cell phone, take a picture, the end. Those kinds of paintings that replicate landscapes like photographs are very dead to me. They're very still, they're static. I want to recreate movement, a dynamic movement that is, but as well as I wanted to capture a sensuality. So that's why I enhanced the clouds even more so. It's actually a really expensive paint that I use, made in Japan.
I was going to ask, is it the new Japanese paint?
It's actually Japanese paint that I purchased in the United States for probably 8 times
I've got to tell you, she's very excited about these new paints, because you cannot get them here.
No, not at all. And so, and it's interesting because Hawaii is, Maui is actually the merging of the East and the West cultures. So I like to think that these paintings convey that kind of tone. And, frankly, I think that as well done as a lot of Hawaiian seascapes are that you see on cruise ships, et cetera, and resorts, I think they're just a little too photographic for me. I like to capture more the essence of a place, the life force of a place by using my own imagination. And like I said, I like to merge my inner and outer worlds and bring them together into a canvas composition.
Well, you've done it beautifully, and the colours are absolutely superb. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's up for auction now. I'm going to just show you the back of it. Lisa, hang on there for a second, because I'm going to invite Leif over just to continue the conversation, and I'll keep an eye on the bids. They're coming in now. Rose pink clouds above Makena Beach, did I say that right?
Yes, you did.
Makena Beach in Maui, ladies and gentlemen, Lisa Mee 2025. And John, we will be offering the printer's proof with this work. Let's bring that in right now. And Don't run over Lisa's toes there, because she's using Japanese nail varnish. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't get that colour in America, apparently. Leif, we need your expertise here with Lisa, and let's continue the conversation, Lisa.
You know, Lisa, the first thing when I saw your work of art for the first time was about 3 years ago. First thing that came to mind was beauty. And beauty, in essence, I don't know if it can be found from the aesthetic inherently. Is it something we discover, or is it something that we create?
Good question.
When it comes to you, how would you answer that when it comes to your works?
Wow, that's a really tough question to answer, but that's an excellent question. And I think this is the underlying scope of what I do when I pick up the paintbrush is, what is the underlying structure of all great art, right? What is it? It's unity. It's unity of the parts. It's unity of the colors and the forms. And I remember Wayne telling me, he said he was trying to pick Kokoschka's brain, saying to him, there's got to be like a formula, you know, look at Leonardo, look at Titian, Verrocchio, you name them, Michelangelo. There had to have been some kind of divine proportion. And I do feel that that's a major point, is also symmetry. So when you look at my paintings, I know there's a lot going on, and sometimes it's a little hard to absorb all at once. But I feel that the symmetry is balanced. Like if you actually look at the yellow on the right, it's a bright yellow, but if it was a darker yellow, it would change the feeling of this composition completely. It would make it more weighted. You know, I mean, colors, you liken them to elements, which they are. Originally, colors were ground up gemstones in the old era, right? So these gemstones they come from the earth, right? So we all liken like reds, that's like with fire, right? Reds, magentas, pinks, rose, that's fire, that's heat. In between, though, you see the blue water, the watery, feel of the whole scene, which is echoed up in the sky. Now, if I had painted this solid blue, that would immediately, it would just weigh down the whole composition. So I'm just trying to walk you through my process. When you ask that question, what defines beauty? I think it's a balance of both. So it's I'm always doing this. I'm always like you called me an alchemist, which I feel I am. You know, it's earth and water, fire and air. All of these elements come together, and I try to work them into a tight-knit tapestry. I mean, I have to say, my little nieces, hi Noelani, hi Naya. They, my little Naya, who is only 6 right now, but she was about 3, and I'll never forget this. And I was showing my iPad of my new paintings to the family, and she was like, "Oh, everyone loves the colors," and she goes, "Oh, Auntie Lisa, I love how you do mix match." And I said, well, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm mixing and matching and constantly merging. And it's like a tight-knit tapestry when you look at my painting, as opposed to something that's weighted and dense and dark. I like them to feel ethereal. I like them to feel otherworldly. And I think in Hawaii, Maui especially, you have that otherworldly feel in the air. I mean, it's in the air, it's in the atmosphere.
Well said.
You know, you walk into the beaches, it's not like just any other beach anywhere on Earth, not even in Polynesia. It's something that is so magical. It's no wonder that like the gods were thought to have descended into Maui and just established this whole beautiful paradise.
Well, thank you very much. We're in at 2200 now. John, who's in the lead, please, at 22? 22. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can dim the lights now, John, because I look better in dim light, apparently. Lisa looks good in all light, apparently. But anyway, I wanted to dim the lights so you can get the full effect of this painting. Let's focus on the painting. You've got 1 minute now, ladies and gentlemen, then I'm bringing down the hammer. You've got the original painting, and it is Makena Beach in Maui, the beautiful pink clouds clouds over Makena Beach. And ladies and gentlemen, I remember these plants, and you must have been at a high vantage point looking down at the bay here and the beach, and actually reminds me of Tahiti, where I was based for a year of my life back in 1990, before you were born, Lisa, but 1990 I was in Tahiti, and I remember I had 4 days off after 11 months of work, and we were in dry dock and the crew were in wet dock. We all went drinking for 4 days. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, and I remember we ended up at the top of a mountain looking down at the bay, and it looked just like this. So you've just taken me back 35 years. Ladies and gentlemen, you're getting the rare printer's proof. There's only 2 of those in the world, all hand embellished, beautifully done. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a superb package. We're in at 2,200 still. One last minute with Leif. Leif, your final thoughts, and I'm dropping the hammer. Here we go. Last chance, last call.
Well, I think that the lush composition, and I'm so happy that I get to chat with Lisa, because it's it's an art dealer's dream come true to be able to listen, as they say, from the horse's mouth, exactly what the intention, what the MO, what the entire operation of this beautiful symphony of lushness and delight. But I think that what's fascinating is that layering that she does is very tactile. It offers not only aesthetic beauty, but also there's this emotional grounding aspect to Lisa's works of art that I absolutely love. And that means that this is a centerpiece that would calm a room just by itself. It exudes that kind of energy to it. It warms the heart. It invites reflection. It's that kind of work of art that, because of the way in which the tropical lushness is, there's gentle gradations of blue, of cream, of sand, that subtle suggestions of the Pacific Ocean, the Pacific horizon. And I think personally, after looking at this and listening to Lisa, what sets this work apart is that emotional tranquility, a rare quietude that radiates peace. And that's the combination of the soft tones with Mee's, of course, her signature collage technique, results in many ways in a surface that shimmers with depth and tremendous dimension. So I think any artist that has that mature palette and is able to create such depth and dimension, albeit with a kaleidoscope of colors and that shimmering process and the layering process, just magnificent. And the more I learn about her, the more I love her artwork. That's all I can tell you, Richard. Really.
Well, you're not the only one. There are people all over America. You're a good judge, Leif. 24 is the bid, and it's with Florida now. At 24, Georgia, you're the underbidder. At 24, it's with Florida. At 24, and I'm selling. At 24, you're getting the dedication. Here in the studio, you tell us what you want on your dedication. You're getting the photograph of the artist with the painting. You can record the show. 25 with Georgia. 25, get a 2525 bid. 25 bid. 2,500. This is no money at all. At 27, thank you, Andrew. 27. Where's Andrew from? 27 bid. 27. Where? Okay, we believe it might be Hawaii. 28 with Georgia. 28 with Georgia now. 28, thank you, Hawaii, you're the underbidder. 28, I have Georgia in the lead. Florida, you're also an underbidder. At 28 bid. 28 bid. At 28, get a bit of 28 bid with Georgia now. Selling and going. At 28, you've got to be quick on the phone. 28 is bid. What do you want to bid next? How much? 29 you're in. Where from? Pennsylvania, thank you, Cleo. 29 bid. At 29 bid. 29 got a bid of 29 now. At 29 on bid. At 29 on bid. 3,000 with Andrew. 3,000. 31 with Jenny. 31 with Jenny. 31 back with Georgia. 32, Pennsylvania, 32, 32 is bid. 32. 32 is bid. 32 is bid. 32 is bid. 32 is bid. 32 only. 32 only. 32 only. Yes or no? 32. 32. 32 is bid. 32. 33 with Jenny. Georgia in the lead. 33. Give me 35. 33. Give me 35. 33. On sale? Good bid. 35. 35 is bid. 35. 35 is bid. 35. Pennsylvania bid. 35. 35. Give me 37 to move on. 35. 35. 35. Give me 30. 36. I'll take it, Georgia. 36. Now 4. Now 4. 36 bid. 36 bid. 36 bid. 36. Give me 4. 36. Give me 4. Come on. 36 on bid. 36. Bid me. What do you want to bid? 36. Come on. Let's go. At 36 bid. 36 here. 36. 36 with Georgia. Last call. Last chance. You're getting the printer's proof. Only 2 of them in the world. You're getting one of them. You're getting the photograph of the artist in the studio with the painting. You're getting the dedication to the top bidder here. Only the top bidder gets the dedication. Here we go. 36 it goes. Yes or no? Got to rush. Sorry to rush you. Yes or no? You've been good enough to phone in, but if you don't bid, 37 is that? Yes? 37. 37 is bid. Sorry, Georgia. I have Pennsylvania there. 37. Georgia, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I would seriously advise going to 4. Up to you. $38, I'll take it. 38 is bid. Now is your opportunity. Go to 4. You're sure? 38 I sell. With Georgia then at 38, get a bid at 38, 38, 38 bid. 38, get a bid at 38, it sells and goes. Once, twice. So, well done. Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you to all the other states for bidding. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the very fortunate position of having the artist proof #1 available. Artist proof #1 in the world, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm going to do the same again. Now, obviously, this should be selling easily for 4 figures. So, I'm going to start it once again at $500, and I'll give you 2 minutes with Leif and Lisa talking about the hand embellished process and anything else they want to talk about, but get on the phone. Leif, keep an eye on the clock. Once that clock is up, I'm selling.
Sounds good. Lisa, all right, so I've thought about something. In what way does imperfection have an influence? You know, sometimes we see these mistakes end up becoming part of the work itself.
Oh, that's a great, great, insightful question.
In your case?
Yes. As my late husband would say, those were the lucky accidents, and that's where you learn. So, I mean, really, when you mentioned that, it took me back to when I came up with my sky and water technique. I had literally dropped my brush onto the canvas, and it just splat. I was like, oh my God, and I'm just like trying to clean it up with a rag, and it's a mess, and it's all over my hands, and I'm like, what am I gonna do? And when he's like, stop, don't panic, don't panic. He said, now let it dry. And he said, I guarantee this is gonna look amazing. And he then told me, and he showed me paintings by Helen Frankenthaler, who was a fabulous American woman painter, who used staining techniques. And one of my late husband's good friends was Paul Jenkins, another very well-known American artist who used that kind of effect. And this is really prevalent in this piece. So I've really worked on mastering that staining effect myself. And I use droppers, I use brushes, I use sponges, I use rags, all kinds of things to to integrate a kind of this fluid feel. You know, it's not so much about reproducing a photograph, as I said, it's more the atmosphere, it's the sense, it's the feeling. When you're on McKenna Beach and you're looking down or peering over, I mean, I almost can I'm watching this piece right here, and I can almost smell the air because it takes me back to that point, that outcropping that I was looking over.
Yeah.
And I did a quick sketch, that's what I often do. And really, that's my mental notes. And then that's the catalyst by which I then develop the painting in the studio.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Leif. Ladies and gentlemen, 650. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Ladies and gentlemen, come on. Artist proof #1 in the world. Lisa Mee, hand signed. Artist proof #1 gets a dedication from the artist. Ladies and gentlemen, you got 30 seconds with me now. If you're not on the phone, I don't know what's wrong. At 6:50, this is about to sell. 30-second clock, then I'm selling. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, and it's on sale. I'm with you at 6:50. 6:50 bid. 6:50. Anyone else? Yes or no? 6:50. 6:50 is bid. 6:50, and it's going. I am flabbergasted, as they say. I am flabbergasted. Ladies and gentlemen, I am absolutely stunned. How can the artist proof number, this is the nearest I can get you to the original painting, and it's the most valuable print in the world. Well, I'm selling. 650 is bid then. Thank you very much, Charlie. 650 bid, 650, and it's going. 650, is there anyone else, yes or no? Do not be a late bidder. You will never see artist proof #1 again, and definitely never at this price. 650, thank you, Charlie. 7 bid, thank you, just in time. At 7, going to bid a 7 at 7 bid. At 7 bid, 7 bid, 7 bid. Mike's bid, 7 bid, 7 bid, 7 bid, take 50. 7 bid, take 50. 7 bid, 7 bid, 7 bid, and selling. Come on, I've got to move on. It's a yes or no verdict, just a one-day auction, ladies and gentlemen. At 7 bid, is there 50 more? 7 bid. Come on, it's an auction, not a seance. At 7 bid, 7 I'm selling. 7 going to bid a 7, I'm bid at 7. 750, Charlie. 750 bid, 750 bid, 750. Come on, Armando, are you bidding? 750, 750, 750. The #1 artist proof in the world. 800 with Armando, 800 with Armando, 800 Armando's bid in the lead now at 8 bid, 8 bid, 8 bid, 800 bid, this is low, 8 bid, 850, thank you Mike, 850, 850 bid, 850 Mike's bid, selling the artist proof #1, last call, last chance. On sale, and with you then at 850, 850 bid, 850, 850 and bid, 850 only on the artist proof #1 with the dedication 900 with Armando. At 9, going to bid a 99 bid. At 9, going to bid a 99, I sell. At 9, going to bid a 9, and it's going. Anyone else, John, yes or no? At 9, going once, going twice. Sold, 900, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no buyer's premium, no buyer's premium with that. I'm cutting it in half, not the painting, the price, 475, 475, 2 available. Get on the phone now. Leif, come over here, give me a rest for goodness sake, over here with Lisa and have a little conversation. There are 2 available, 2 available. #1 just went for 900, 2 available, Kim. 475, no buyer's premium. Here we go. Here's Lisa and Leif.
I think we should have a very long conversation, Lisa. We just keep taking pauses, and I always start to get into it, and you know, gold and silver carry so much weight, not only historically but in contemporary society. They can be signs of light, of divinity, of many different things. What does it mean to you?
Ooh, so when I first started using metallic paints, I was just experimenting, and you know, my first paint, I'll never forget the first canvas I did some years ago, and it looked so muddy initially. You know, when you put the metallics down, they essentially come out darker, and I was like, oh God, I'm going to just put it away and probably never show it to anybody for the rest of my life. Well, I was astounded the next morning when I looked at them and I said, wow, wow, it's just luminosity. And so for me, the metallics bring out life. They bring out a radiant energy. Like, it's just like looking at a brilliant Cartier necklace, you know, or a stunning, lovely crystal vase that's been, you know, enhanced with gold tones. If you take away that metallic factor in my paintings, it would just come apart. It would just crumble. I mean, it would be a lovely painting. The composition would be, they're solid, the structure is good, but the knitting, the netting, that is where you really pick up the strength of my lines. So when I put together compositions, if you just take the gold and follow it with your eye, you basically are painting the painting with me. And that's why I think these giclée embellishments are so fabulous for people, because they're affordable. But number two, they also get you into my process. And they emit the same kind of, almost, you know, as close as the Radiant original. It's I use a lot of metallic paint, as all of you guys have been poo-pooing me all night long, but I can't help myself. I love it. I can't hold back. And I just love adding that opulent effect. And I think, look at stained glass. If you took away gold and silver out of those early medieval, particularly think about the Notre Dame, the rose window, oh my God, I mean, it would just, you wouldn't even notice it. You'd say, oh, what a nice colored window that is, right?
So true.
It would not resonate the same, the strength. Again, we were talking about how the human eye picks up energy waves in the air. The same goes for paintings. And you don't have to have a knowledge of art to understand this. You just have to feel it. It's like music, you know? And that's what I want my art ultimately to be like, is like joyful, uplifting music.
I think you got it. That's exactly how I feel when I look at your works of art. Really.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very good. Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's one available only. John, I think it must have been sold out, surely, at only 475. I only had two available. I think there's one maybe if you call in now, ladies and gentlemen. But coming up next, Lisa, you're doing an awful lot of work this evening, but we're glad you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, and she paints as well, very talented. Ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing up a beautiful painting now. It's called The Allure of Marilyn, and it is by the incredible Lisa Mee. Give her a round of applause. Lisa, what have you done here? I mean, this is incredible. And I haven't seen anything of like a sort of iconic image like this by you before.
No.
So it's a first?
It's the first.
Lovely. Well, I'll let you talk about it then.
I have always been, like everybody else on the face of the planet, fascinated by Marilyn Monroe. She had always attracted my eye, not just with her beauty, but she had an inner complexity that I think came across even through just her photographs and the movie cameras. Even if it was a comical role, she had a lot of depth to her. And I was reading some of her journals not too long ago that were published online, and it revealed a very complex, intelligent, yet troubled woman. And I really admire the virtue of the strength that she carried herself. She was a woman in a man's world, and she wielded that sensual, sexy power of hers like a sword to get her way, and she was mighty with it. So in this painting, I've been thinking about doing a painting of Marilyn, and of course everyone compares Andy Warhol to the heads and all of that, but that is iconic, no question. She is iconic as the eternal feminine in my mind. And she merges also the girl woman, yet she had such stamina of intellect at the same time. So she had to kind of hold that back, she wrote in her journal, because it really intimidated most of the men in her life. I mean, remember, she was with Arthur Miller for many years. She married him. And he was not exactly anyone's fool. He was a very complicated, highly intellectual writer and playwright. And she held her own with him. So I wanted to capture an easy sensuality in the pose, nothing that was very confrontational, nothing that was overtly sexy. It's just an easy sensuality, kind of like she's at ease with herself, finally, and I hope you are, Marilyn, at rest. And she, no doubt about it, left a tremendous legacy and an imprint of the female intrigue and the female character. And there were many women who've tried to emulate her, but nobody has come close. And I really feel that I just saw her coming out of a vision of flowers. I was kind of I had a troubled night once, and I just kind of saw this vision of her in a waking dream, and I woke up and I immediately went right to my canvas and I said, I'm just going to kind of draw out what I saw. And I saw this vision of her emerging just immediately towards me. And then I integrated all of these floral patterns around her so that she exuded this fragrance and allure.
Well, you know what? I think Marilyn would have approved. She would have approved of this. I mean, you know, many artists have created images of Marilyn Monroe. She is just one of those iconic figures of life. But I don't think anyone has ever done anything quite like this, John. It's very, very unique. Congratulations, John. We're going to surprise Lisa now with something that we are going to do just because we're a bit short of time. But we're going to really send you to work now because we're going to get you to talk about this other painting now. It's the same size as this, only in a landscape format. And this is in the portrait. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you the title of this amazing piece. It is Sunflower Bouquets and Striped Tablecloth. And we are going to give you the high bidder's choice now. Now, 2,000 was bid on the Marilyn, so you're safe at 2,000. But if you want to change your mind, you can bid on this one. And what I will give you, the high bidder, you will have the choice to either acquire the Marilyn or the sunflowers, or, as you're the high bidder, you will have the option to have them both. So, the high bidder gets the option. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give you 2 minutes with Leif and Lisa on this fantastic offering. High bidder's choice, Leif.
I absolutely love both of these, particularly. Well, there's one thing I wanted to ask about the Marilyn, but this one,
sure.
if there was a melange between Van Gogh and Klimt, I think that this would kind of emulate that.
You have an impeccable eye.
But all in your own style.
Yes.
You know, all in Lisa's style.
Yes.
Yeah, it's remarkable. You know, and when I look at your works of art, I try not to look at them at all objectively. In art in general, it's about feeling.
Yes.
It's about that transmission of feeling. If you were to say the feeling you're trying to transmit with this work of art, what would that be?
Oh, I would say jubilance. If you actually look carefully at this piece, there's a lot of visual, I call them visual hotspots. You know, for me, sunflowers are among the most potent of my muses, so to speak. I love working with sunflowers. I always have. I love looking at sunflowers ever since I was a little girl. And they are orbs, you know, they're sculptural. They emit a joy immediately. And they actually symbolize longevity in a lot of Asian cultures.
Okay.
So I love to incorporate them into a lot of my still life compositions. Now, particularly this one, rather than concentrating them into a focal point densely, this was a real challenge. I expanded them outwards, so that you can feel the energy just pulsating out into your room. And I remember looking at it from a distance in my studio, and I was like, whoa, these are really swirling. You know, they move. And I think when I say it's an ebb and flow of mood, that's what I think my paintings are. It's an ebb and a flow. So, it's hard to tell, but there are actually two vases in this painting. There's one here, and there's one here. And they're integrated, so they're so locked into each other that it's almost hard to detect them visually. But I like that because it gives the opportunity for the eye to discover something.
Right.
You know, instead of it being so overtly obvious, I like to play with patterns. And really, nature is all patterns.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at a starfish, you look at a shell, you look at the smallest little snail. It is actually a rotational pattern, and that kind of movement I love to play with. And it's really prevalent even in the Marilyn. I mean, you see her, she's surrounded by orbs of life and light. And that there, you know, I picked out these sunflowers to kind of add to her flair, you know, and it just enhances the whole direction of the painting.
Lisa,
Thank
we
you.
have more paintings.
Goodness!
With the treasure trove of Lisa's work.
We are including the printer's proof with both paintings, so now it's high bidder's choice. High bidder's choice. Who's bidding now? 22. 22 is bid. High bidder's choice, ladies and gentlemen. I'll show you the certificate of authenticity for your second original here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show you the certificate. That is Sunflower Bouquet on a striped tablecloth. Original mixed media painting on canvas. Signed by the artist on the lower center. A unique work executed by me in New York City, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have, once again, the Marilyn Monroe. Let me just show you the certificate of that, just so you're clear. You've got the #1 artist proof in the, the printer's proof coming with that. And I've got the original one here, don't mind me. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the certificate of authenticity. There you have Allure of Marilyn, original mixed media painting on canvas. And both of these superb pieces, I don't know if we can get them all in, but it's the high bidder's choice. You've got the printer's proof. There's only 2 of these in the world. You've got the printer's proof. There's only 2 of these in the world. Hand signed, original. Who wants some? High bidder's choice, 23. You've got literally 1 minute now. Get on the phone. Who's in the lead? 24. I just saw it with Michael. At 24. At 24, I'm bid at 2-4 now on these superb pieces. At 24, the high bidder's choice. Either the traditional sunflowers created in Lisa's unique style, or her brand new iconic work here of Marilyn Monroe. Either way, whatever you choose, if you want this one, or you want this one, or the high bidder, you get the choice. If you want them both, it's up to you. Okay, you got 1 minute. Leif and Lisa, over to you. And it's the final chance. 1 minute. Here we go.
If Marilyn Monroe were alive today, and she looked at this, what do you think she would think about it or feel?
Oh, that's a very good question. She was a very complicated woman. I would never assume to know what she was thinking, but here's what I would hope she would feel. I would hope that I captured her timeless sexiness, her sensual nature, her playful nature. She was a brilliant comedic actress. She had impeccable timing. I don't know if you've seen a lot of her movies, but I mean, comedy is a very tough role to play. It's really difficult. I admire all the comedic actors out there. It's even tougher to play those comedic roles, and she had impeccable timing. She had a sense of how to play off of the other people, even her looks, her gestures. And this gesture, to me, it just kind of captures that milky white. She had that beautiful, perfect skin, those lush lips. And it's just that eternal, youthful quality that she always carried, even until the very last days where she was not well. She still had this girlish femininity to her, which I think just kind of is so hard to find in actors and actresses.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, and timeless in that.
Here we go. Thank you, guys. 26 is bid. John, what are we bidding on? The sunflowers, isn't it? 26 is the top bid with Wisconsin at 2,600 on the sunflowers. 26, and I'm selling at 26. I'm bid 26 only. 26 with the printer's proof. You get the dedication from the artist, the photo with the piece. 26 I'm bid on the sunflowers. Going once, going twice. Sold at 26. Now, where was our bidder at 2,000 plus on the Marilyn? Did they hang up? They did hang up. Okay, take those away. Take those away. Hear what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start the bidding. You've got literally 2 minutes. The top bid was at 2,000, I think, on this. I'm going to start it at half that. You've got literally... I'll give you 2 minutes. Get on the phone. I started at 1,000 for the pair. You've got the original hand signed. It's going to be dedicated. We just had bids of over 2,000 on it. Before I included this, you've got the printer's proof. There's only 2 of them in the world, all hand embellished. The nearest I can get you to the original, the most valuable print in the world, included with the original. 2 minutes, Leif, rescue me. I started at 1,000, 2-minute clock, and then I'm selling.
Thank you very much. Lisa, I've asked all the questions, but I would really love to know, because this is the first time you're doing something that's a little more figurative, right? I want to hear from you. When you've created this, is this something that you're going to be doing more of in the future for your collectors? You don't know?
I don't know yet. I really don't know yet. This is a really special painting in my heart because I basically, like I was explaining to Richard, I woke up one morning, I was just in that, between that waking and sleeping state, and I saw this, like her face coming at me, and it was this pose, and I just kind of did a quick sketch, and I'm standing before my canvas. I was like, what am I doing? Of course I'm going to do you, Marilyn. I don't know why I was channeling or anything, but she just kind of appeared to me, and I've really rarely had that happen. So unless like lightning strikes me, you know, in another dream to come, I don't know how often I'm going to be exploring this, you know, this kind of a genre of her. To me, this was it was a once in a blue moon kind of vision that came to me, and I just feel she has this complexity, this ease, the manner that I just, you know, this appeal that is timeless, and I didn't want to fix her in a static state. I wanted her to kind of be surrounded by flowers and florals, because she was this, she just exuded that sensuality. And to me, flowers are very sensual. You know, the forms, they're very luxurious in their rotational movements. Like the rotational movements of all of these play off of each other, and they kind of merge into her face. And really, I really like how I did, I mean, I gotta say, I gotta pat myself on the back, the positive negative of her face.
Right.
Back to what you were saying earlier, it's not the easiest thing to do. You can take a photograph of Marilyn, try to replicate it, try to paint into it. The more paint you put into her, the older she's going to appear, the less she's going to appear like the Marilyn I saw in my vision. I wanted her to retain that youthful freshness and charm. You know, she had this exuding charm that was very natural and flowing out of her. Very, very rare.
Very good.
Thank you so much. And we're bid 2,000, line 5, North Carolina, at 2,000 bid for the pair. The first in a brand new series of iconic works. 2021 I've got with Kim at 21. At 21 going to bid a 2-1 bid. At 21 I'll give you every opportunity. We must move on. At 21 going to bid a 2-1 bid. 21 bid, 21 bid, 21 bid, 21 bid, 21, 22 bid, 22 bid, 22, last chance, last call. At 22 bid, at 22 bid, 22 bid, 22, and I'm selling. At 22 and it's going. At 22, is there anyone else, yes or no? We're running short of time, I've got to move on. At 22 bid, 22 bid, 22 bid, last chance. 23, Andrew, now 25. Come on, North Carolina, go to 25. 23 with Andrew's bidder, 23 from Virginia, 23, go 25, 23, up to you. 25, good bid. 25 bid, selling. 25, anyone else, yes or no? Last chance, Virginia. 25 and it's going. Going once. At 25, you did it. Well done, North Carolina. Thank you, Virginia. 25, going once, twice, sold. Oh, John, my goodness gracious. I should have listened at school. Should have done something else, a little bit more normal, I guess, but too late now. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. I'm gonna have to do this, I do apologize, but I'm gonna give you an opportunity. There's an artist proof number 1 available here, okay? There's an artist proof number 1 available here. That's it. First 2 people in America to call in. You ready? 1 made 11, 1 made 1,000, correct? The artist proof number 1s? Correct. 1 made 900. I'm going to do it. First 2 people to call in, 800. First person to call in, 800. 800, 800. First person to call in, you get the first choice. Second person, you get the other one if you want it. Get on the phone now. I don't know who's going to want what, who's going to call him, but it's 800. No buyer's premium. Artist proof number 1 in the world. Artist proof number 1 in the world. Get on the phone if you want it. Get in and let me know. Kim, we're going to have to be very quick on this. Here's Leif. Here's Lisa. You've got about a minute, I should think. Then we're moving on.
I want to revert, Lisa, to one of the conversations we had before about New York, because I was mentioning I was living in New York,
Yes.
and there's one institution where Georgia O'Keeffe, where Jackson Pollock, where Alexander Calder all studied, and that's the Art Students League. And I know that you also study there.
Correct.
Tell us about that experience, because that's probably one of the most famous art schools in the world.
Yeah, I was really young. I was dropping in there just to do the figure classes, just to kind of like break my teeth, because drawing the figure is extremely intimidating when you have a live nude model before you. And it's ironic because actually I learned that my Irish grandfather, he studied at the Art Students League as well.
Wow.
Yes.
Amazing.
Under an artist called Maurice Pendergast.
Wow.
From my uncle.
Fascinating.
So I felt, well, let me give it a shot as well. And it was a very frustrating experience, intimidating, because there are people in there and they seemingly do it with such ease, but they're trained in certain techniques to replicate those, I call it photographic realistic imagery on canvas. But I just felt like, you know what, that's not what I want to do.
Thanks, guys.
I wanted to do something different. And that's where I began, and here I am.
Love it. Thank you, Lisa. Go for it.
Thank you very much. Okay, they're both gone. Very, very quickly. Thank you. I'm going to do this. Right, John? I might get told off for this, but I'm used to it. I'm very thick-skinned. First person to call in. We got 2 of these available. Number 1's just gone for 800. Number 1's gone for 800. I'm going to bring it under 500. 475 if you want one of them, either number 1 or number 2, if you want one. Okay? If you want 2 of them, first person to call in, if you want 2 of them, I'll do them for 800. 475, 475 is 950. Correct? Correct. Thank you. 950 would be if I did them for them individually. If you want both of them, you got them 800. They're either artist proof number 2, 3, 4, or 5. If you're very quick, you might get a matching number pair. Artist proof number 2, artist proof number 2. I've got to be very quick. You got 1 minute to decide. Here is your chance then. 475 for one, or 800 for both of them. Very quickly. 1 minute with Leif. Leif!
Here we go. All right. Lisa, we spoke about the Maryland. We spoke a little bit about this. And if I may, can we continue? Can you give us a little bit more of, let's say, your MO, so to speak, on this actual work?
Well, for me, flowers are an eternal muse. And whenever I see, it's triggered really by, out of the corner of my eye, even at my farmer's market. Sometimes they have flowers and I'll just kind of, wow, and it just bang, and I have a vision. And that's often how it comes to me. It's just like an explosion in my head. And I kind of am walking home and I'm remembering, and I put it together in my head. It's like, all right, I can do this, this, and this. So it's almost like giving a jazz musician like the key of C and saying, all right, go for it, And that's how I started. Nice. So I often start with my sunflowers. And I'll start just sketching it out on the canvas. And it's just kind of, I'm like listening to some jazz and I try to, you can kind of see the rhythms when I get into them. And this really, it just got more rich, more heightened, and more complicated as I went on.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Well, I think there might be one available. You either want number 1, which is Sunflowers, or number 2, Marilyn, 475 or 475. It's either artist proof number 2, 3, 4 or 5. If you're very quick, you might get in and get a pair at 800 only. So you save another 150, no buyer's premium. There we go, John. Let's move on. Let's move on. There we go. And let's bring in the final piece, the grand finale of the night, ladies and gentlemen. What a superb painting. It is an honor to bring this up for auction, and it is our final lot of the night, ladies and gentlemen. The largest painting to ever come to auction by the wonderful Lisa Mee. Give her a round of applause. Look at this. What on earth have you done here, lady?
Oh, this is...
What a piece.
This is for me. She held my capture so long that I was painting her numerous nights till 2 in the morning. So basically, I live in New York City, and there are just beautiful, chic women everywhere. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw a woman walk right on by, and she had this gorgeous, and I mean gorgeous, polka dot dress on. And it was an immediate, it just struck me. It was a visual arrest. And I had this sense of putting her in kind of like floating in space among stars, and it was dusk actually when I saw her, so it was kind of getting dark, and I'm walking home and I'm playing with the composition in my head, and this is how I work. It's just a kind of like an internal conversation with myself, actually. And so she started evolving. I sketched her out, and she just grew, and I just leaned into her like a muse. And those nights, are spent alone in my studio, and I have jazz music playing. Well, of course, what comes on but the Tommy Dorsey song, Polka Dots and Moonbeams, which I love. And I said, well, thank you very much, Tommy Dorsey. That was the perfect title for this painting. And actually, the song is so romantic, and it elicits such romance because it's about a man, and he bumps into a woman at a country dance, and he said, I bumped into her, and all I saw were polka dots and moonbeams. And I just kind of had this same feeling when I started working on this painting, and it's just she just flowed out of me like it was just like an easy birth. And I wanted to do a larger scale painting, but something that was very monumental and would bring a kind of a glamour and an intrigue. And I love elegance, but I wanted to add a touch of modernity to her, as well as a mystery. So I added in all of these collage elements. You'll see of stars, of the cosmos, of flowers, and it's very intricate because, there's a lot of dots here. And so you could easily just feel like she's falling off the canvas, and that's how I suddenly felt it. So again, back to what we were talking about life, we have to play that seesaw, and it's a very touchy space and tension. And it's all about also spatial planes. If you take away a lot of these spaces, you will see this painting completely unravel. So it's very tightly interconnected, it's interwoven. The dots are connected through very lush, beautiful, luxuriant touches of metallic paints. And I wanted to add that she really was just not confrontational, but just like there was an easy, breezy feel to her, so that she could command the room without being a confrontational figure. She's very, very flowing. It's not like she is the center of the painting. She's off-center. So that creates a beautiful different kind of tension, right? We don't often see that in paintings. She kind of has an arch to her back, and that's actually what I saw in my corner of my eye of the woman walking past me. She was kind of like holding her, she had a beautiful posture, and she was gorgeous and tall, and very resplendent in all of her glories. That's what I wanted to capture.
Thank you so much. Well, I just wanted to show you the back. Polka dots and moonbeams. Lisa Mee, the largest painting to ever come to auction. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to show you the final certificate of authenticity. I see there's been an opening bid at $2,500. Let's go to the certificate of authenticity. John, it's time for the auction. To find out who's in the lead, please. Thank you for the opening bid. Lisa Mee. Polka dots and moonbeams, the largest original painting ever to be auctioned. And you don't mind signing to that effect, Lisa? The largest painting ever to go to auction by you. Original mixed media painting on canvas, signed by the artist on the lower left. This one is a unique work executed by me, Lisa Mee, in a fabulous New York studio. You've got 2 minutes. The show is about to end. Who's in the lead, John? New York! New York! New York! 25 is bid, and here she is, the girl from New York City, Lisa Mee with Leif. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get bidding. Here is the final piece of the night.
Since you're so well versed in art history as well, I've noticed, Marc Chagall's artistic apotheosis was his blend between poetry and art. And I see very much your apotheosis in that way, as you are not only featuring this woman, but it is like visual poetry.
It is very...
That's how I see your...
I love how you said that, because, I mean, my job, frankly, is not to portray what exists, but what to elicit what is another reality, another vision. And I don't want to just bring another female that I saw walking by me, like a model or something like that, and a photograph, and I just want to copy that and put it on. No, that's not what I do. I like to liken it, like I said earlier, it's the marriage of my inner and outer worlds coming together. So there is the element of fantasy and surrealism, I think, especially in this work, because she's not really grounded, right? You don't see her legs. She's kind of floating above it all. She's looking down upon, she's lost in thought. There is an ease about her. There's a beautiful movement that emits from her dress. It's very, like I said, an easy, breezy kind of just feeling. And that's why it's almost like I don't want to talk too much, because I want people to see it. I want to feel it, and it's really not so much the essence of a photograph, but it's the essence of a woman that I wanted to capture in this.
I love it. Perfect. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Leif. And ladies and gentlemen, we're into the last 30 seconds. It's been a marvelous night. We've had a fantastic time here. Lisa, it's been amazing having you back here after 4 years. Unbelievable. The time's flown tonight. It's fun. Could you come here more often?
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to set it. The largest piece. Who's in the lead, John, at 32?
New Jersey!
New Jersey now. New York, New Jersey. Let's see who gets it. We'll be back tomorrow night with Lisa, Ray, Tony and all the team. Thank you to Leif. Thank you to Kim. Thank you to all the team. And thank you. Good night, America. The bid goes on. Well, hello. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the show. It is the Fine Art Auction, and welcome to the auction gallery.
And the way we put it together gives you a great opportunity to actually get them all. It's the best of the best. The silver proof Ikes.
What a great collection. What a great show. What a great night. My name's Ray Taylor, and I'll see you at the auction.